come around you. See, so we're always going to kind of
Welcome to the opening round of the 2013 Geico EnduroCross, fueled by Monster Energy, presented by Lucas Oil. Jason Wygant and the editor-in-chief of Dirt Rider magazine, Chris Dennison, here for what should be some spectacular racing at the Orleans Arena in Las Vegas. For you folks that are not familiar with EnduroCross, watching us here on the MotorTrend YouTube channel, it doesn't matter what type of dirt bike or motorcycle racing you've seen before, nothing matches the excitement of EnduroCross.
Yeah, EnduroCross really is unique, and the fun thing about the track is it's so difficult. You have the best riders in the world. They don't make it look the easiest out there all the time.
Yeah, just imagine what it would be like if you tried to do it. What they basically have done here is take the gnarliest terrain you can find to ride a dirt bike on, be it in the woods, the desert, up and down mountains, through streams, and they trucked all that stuff right down here to the floor of the Orleans. And when you compact it all together, it's not only more exciting, but fans actually get to see it.
Yeah, I'd say it's #1 spectator sport out there on two wheels. And the fun thing tonight is a very stacked series. This is the first round, so really it's anybody's game. I mean, we have past champions, we have trials experts, motocross champions. A lot of really good racers are here, and all of them want to win.
Absolutely, and that has been the case since EnduroCross began, and we're going to give you a little history lesson here with the highlights of this race from last year.
But on to main event number 1. Blazuzak grabbed yet another hole shot, and it seemed like he was ready to pull away as usual, until the second lap, when the number 5 of Cody Webb managed to get around Blazuzak, and in doing so, set off a race-long battle for first place. Meanwhile, the number 311 of Mike Brown held strong in third place, and Monster Energy Kawasaki rider Taylor Robert was forced to end the race early with a broken chain. And when the checkered flag came out, it was Tadej Blazuzak on top after narrowly edging out Webb in the final few laps. But while the men's expert riders took a brief break before their second main event race, the women's expert class took to the line in order to determine the first ever Women's EnduroCross Championship. The number 77 of Louise Forsley got hung up on the start, but she put on a miraculous charge to get back into first place within just a few laps. However, on the last lap, she got caught up in the rocks, and the talented number 411 of Maria Forsberg was able to get by in order to clinch the race and the championship. But for the final race of the night and the final race of the season, the men lined up once again, prepared to do battle in front of the sold-out arena for their one last shot at EnduroCross glory. And who else but Tadej Blazuzak to take the lead off the start, with Cody Webb once again in a close second. Meanwhile, the number 7 of Kyle Redmond and the number 4 of Jeff Aaron battled for third, just behind the action of Webb and Blazuzak. Unable to ever make a pass, Webb made one last-ditch effort on the final lap to get around Blazuzak, but Blazuzak was unfazed and easily took the checkered for his second victory of the night. And in winning his 4th consecutive EnduroCross championship, Blazuzak remains as the top rider and an emerging legend of the EnduroCross Series.
Now, when the smoke cleared in the 2012 championship here, it was much like the previous years with Tadej Blazuzak going on to win the championship. He's now won 4 in a row. Just give people an idea of just how skilled and aggressive he really is.
Basically, in the last couple of years, Tadej has elevated the level of the sport to just incredible heights. He's pushed all of the riders, all the competitors to really go as fast as possible, faster than anybody thought was possible on EnduroCross obstacles. And it's a big year for Tadej. He's got a huge target on his back, but I think he can back it up.
Yeah, absolutely. The skills that he has, he started as a trials rider, but he's obviously very skilled going fast on a full-size motorcycle. He's almost the total package, but he knows, like you said, the target's on his back.
For sure, I'm excited to be back here, back in Vegas. I've been in California for a week now. We've been testing a lot with the bike, the new bike, and I think we improved, on the bike. So this is something really positive before the first race, and looking forward, to the first race. The off season was crazy. I got back home and I was getting ready for another championship in Europe, and I got hurt. I broke my shoulder, so I was racing the first round with a broken shoulder, and I saved it. But it was a long off season. I had a few surgeries done, and a little something here and there. But been back on the bike in January. So been riding a lot and training a lot. So ready to go. EnduroCross is growing. It's getting better. I'm bigger and bigger. The guys are getting better. The bikes are getting faster. So Yeah, you know, it's cool. It's exciting because of that. You know, it's a new challenge, and the guys are not making it easy for sure.
Now, Taddy is, of course, the favorite because he is the defending champ, but they did run qualifying laps today, and in the one-timed lap that counts for gate pick, not so good for the champ.
No, the big story there is Taddy was actually 6th after the hot lap. And the impressive thing, the #1 rider on there, Mike Brown, he's a motocrosser, former national motocross champion, one of 2 riders to dip into the high 30s as far as lap times, which is incredible. If you've seen the track, it's difficult. Anything under 40 is amazing.
And because it's the opening round, everyone knows they're tied in points. There's a lot of other riders besides Brown and Blazusiak that will be going for this title and tonight's race win.
Yeah, it's very stacked, and you know the hot laps didn't really line up like we thought they would. We saw some riders that were a little bit back, maybe saving some for tonight, but there's strategy involved too, because that determines your gate pick for the heat races. So, you know, you kind of don't want to leave a lot on the table going into the qualifiers. Definitely
should be interesting. Lots of riders going after Blazusiak's title this year. Let's get to know a few of them.
A couple years ago, 2nd place, you know, I was ecstatic, and you know, in X Games a couple weeks ago in Brazil, I got 2nd, and you know, I was still happy with the result, but when I was so close right there fighting for the lead and even leading a couple times, it makes you feel a little bummed out. So I'm going in tonight hoping to get my first win ever and see what happens.
Yeah, first impressions are wow. Like, it's just so intense. Like, with the sort of racing that I do, if you go and hit it at 100%, you're probably going to crash and go home in an ambulance hours later after lying in the mountains. So I'm really, really good at riding all day at about 80%, whereas this is all about just flat out speed and aggression.
Yeah, you know, I've been trying to get back up to speed. Last year was a bummer for me, getting hurt right before the opener. And then, you know, this year didn't really start off that great either. You know, in Brazil was sick as a dog down there. So I'm just happy to come into this thing healthy, and hopefully I can have a good ride tonight.
I'm on a new team now with JCR, Honda, Lucas Oil, and Rockstar. We all kind of combine forces to put a good effort towards EnduroCross, and I'm on a new bike, Honda 450, and hoping that brings better starts and more up front at the start of the race to stay out of the trouble and try to keep smooth and finish by 12 laps in the lead.
So those are our championship contenders. Here is your Geico EnduroCross schedule for 2013. 6 rounds remain after this. And June 8th, we'll go to Sacramento, California, and up to Ontario, California, September 21st. Through October, we'll race in Denver and in Everett, Washington. And then November, the final 2 rounds, Boise, Idaho, and right back here at the Orleans, November 23rd for the season finale in Las Vegas, Nevada. You might have caught some EnduroCross racing as part of the X Games. That is the same series, same riders. Those events, though, do not count for points. So this is the round 1 for what's really going to count for a #1 plate. And to give you an idea of just how difficult this course is, we sent our own Chris Dennison out there with a helmet cam to give you a ride.
All right, so this is a lap around the Vegas EnduroCross track. We got a start straightaway, little log there into the first turn, fairly tight, tire double here. Fast guys are jumping that, good landing. Turn into the water. Water feature is gonna be full tonight. Right now it's empty, gets slippery. So we got a sand section, big log there. This is all gonna get soaked tonight due to the water falling off the bikes. Right turn, log tabletop. You can jump it, manual off, into the rocks. We got a little bit of traffic. It's a good line here. Watch out for the holes. The hardest part of the track, the rock corner. Good technique is to come in, try and pivot, get the front end up, get yourself across, line up straight for the firewood. This stuff moves a ton. We got the finish line, not over the matrix. The single, triple, triple. Single, step the front end up. Got a little screwed up there. Get some traction. Another log in the tire, and back in the first turn. That's a lap.
Well, at the top of the show, I said, imagine how difficult it would be for you to take a lap on this track. How difficult was it for you, Chris?
Man, it's tricky. I'm just happy to make a lap. And it really doesn't do it justice as to how hard it is when you see the pros flying around. It's kind of demoralizing for a mortal like me.
And there are amateur opportunities for people to learn this, but what's really helped people up their game is a lot of these riders have these tracks at home, and to get to this level, you really need to practice every single day.
Yeah, absolutely, and trials fits in there too. You know, for those who don't know what trials is, it's like rock crawling on a motorcycle. And the balance, the throttle, you know, the clutch control, it all plays into being a fast endurocross rider too.
It's really going to be exciting to watch, and when we return, we're going to be racing, so you'll see exactly what Geico EnduroCross is all about.
Wish I was made of money.
I wish you were too.
Chances are you're not made of money, so don't overpay for motorcycle insurance. Geico Motorcycle. See how much you could save.
There's no other place than the Lucas Oil Motorsports Hour. And there's no other place than on MAV TV where you can get AMA Flat Track, Lucas Oil Off-Road Racing, EnduroCross, Pro Pulling, and more. You want action? We've got action. Tune in on Thursdays at 9 p.m. on MAV TV.
Series is brought to you by Geico. You can save money on motorcycle and ATV insurance. Just go to geico.com for info. By Kenda, quality tires since 1962. That's Kenda, that's life in motion. By Lucas Oil Products, makers of high-performance motorcycle oil. It works. And by Monster Energy. Unleash the beast. Welcome back to the Orleans Arena. This is live coverage on the MotorTrend YouTube channel. Jason Wygant and Chris Dennison going to give you the call. This is going to be our vet class here for riders 35 and up. Now, Chris, you know there are a few riders that are older than that in the pro class, but there's some very fast riders in this division as well.
Yeah, absolutely. A big lineup of dedicated riders, and these guys had to go through qualifying today, Jason. So it's a rigorous process just to get here to the main. They've ridden a lot already.
Yeah, and they're older riders too, so we'll see where their fitness is. Of course, since they are not professionals, some of them are ex-pro riders. But I don't know, is their training schedule as full-time, full-on, as we see Kurt Nickel there, as it would be in the pro class, or are they a little bit more work-a-day here?
Yeah, a lot of these guys have jobs, work during the day, but they love to go racing on the weekends.
Gotcha. All right, we're going to go to our national anthem. People can hear us, we're all right. we are set to go racing here at the Orleans Arena. If you haven't ever seen an EnduroCross race before, you're in for a real treat. Again, it's the Vet 35 Plus class that'll be on the gate. And the gate is a traditional motocross-style backward starting gate. And from there, it's basically pure chaos. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, it really is. You know, best description of EnduroCross from a cardiovascular standpoint is like running on a treadmill while holding your breath. And, you know, these vets, I mean, a lot of them are in good shape, good, dedicated trainers, but still, it's a cardiovascular shock because your heart rate goes from resting straight up into racing.
And we mentioned there are some ex-pros in this division. You see Ty Davis here, as we're going to focus in on him. One of the all-time legends of off-road. He's been able to do it all around the world, on the East Coast, the West Coast of the United States. Runs a team out here. Like you said, these guys love to race and ride. He probably doesn't have to do this, but he wants to.
Yeah, and let's remember, Ty was a Supercross champion too, East Coast on the 125, so he's pretty all around.
And Kurt Nickel here, the number 8, maybe the rider to watch in this one. And Kurt, an ex-professional, competed in the Grand Prix Motocross Series in Europe. They're talking to Mike Brown. Kurt is long associated with the KTM group. And again, he probably doesn't have to do this, but he wants to do it, and that's what makes it cool.
Yeah, and Kurt's one to watch too. I mean, he's got a great gate right now. He's on the inside. We got a left-hand first turn. And he's a machine. He's like the Energizer Bunny. You know, if he gets out front, it's going to be tough to catch him.
Yeah, Kurt is 48 years old, and as I say, it's surprising. He worked KTM for a long time. Now he works for the Nitro Circus, and kind of an odd connection to have the 48-year-old Englishman working with Travis Pastrana and the group over there. But obviously, it's been a good marriage, and it's worked out well for him, and he still gets on the motorcycle and has fun. His wife tells me he's got an EnduroCross track in his front yard now. That's how serious Kurt is about this.
Yeah, and we see him all the time when we're doing tests for Dirt Rider out at Glen Helen Raceway, and first crash of the night right there.
We told you this course would be treacherous. Even the cameramen go down.
I think he was distracted, Jason.
Well, I've fallen down or tripped a time or two with the Monster Bros. I understand. All right, it's time for the Vet main event. This will be our first race of the night. And to give you a brief idea of what we're in store for as far as the racing goes, we have our Pro Class, which, of course, is going to get the majority of our attention. We also have these support races, such as this Vet division, a Trials Cross class for Trials bikes, and our Women's division, which will all be shown tonight on our live webcast. So history in the making here, with everyone having an opportunity to make a name for themselves. Now, the start, traditionally, when you look at a starting gate, you know in Supercross and Motocross, so critical. Is it critical in EnduroCross as much, or can you just count on people falling down in front of you?
It's not as critical because there's so many mistakes made by the leaders that if you get a mid-pack start, the best thing you can do is just really not make any mistakes because you can kind of count on the guys in front of you. Riding with pressure, you know, if you get a good hole shot, you get tight and you start making mistakes. EnduroCross, the name of the game is mistake-free riding. If you can ride just smooth, no crashes, you're solid.
And you say mistake-free, is that more as few mistakes as possible? Is it possible to be mistake-free?
It's a relative term, for sure.
Okay, let's go racing. Into the first turn we go, and now we'll blast into the Orleans Arena, and it is Kurt Nickel out front on that Nitro Circus KTM. And now the fans inside the Orleans Arena getting their first look at EnduroCross as they race in and into the water.
We got Ty Davis up in the mix too. He's looking smooth, and Ty's game for sure is just steady, get out front, and don't hit the dirt.
It should be interesting to see two of the favorites here, Nickel and Davis, 1-2.
And third place right now, Adam Booth, senior editor for Dirt Rider. He's doing a test right now of Destry Abbott's Kawasaki, and I think he's liking the bike. Third, moving into second.
That's how you do it. Making moves on Davis around the outside, and Davis now goes down, and those are those mistakes you're talking about, and everyone is down in this rock corner now.
You know, Jason, I had a talk with Adam earlier about Kurt and just said, what is your strategy racing a guy like that? He said, man, what can he do? He's perfect. He's dialed in. You look at him now, he looks really loose and relaxed, and that's a big thing for EnduroCross because he's cruising. He's getting through it clean.
Yeah, he's got a little lead over Booth, and they have a gigantic lead over everyone else because everyone else went down on those rocks. But the same thing that befell those riders could certainly get to Kurt and Adam, who are running in the number 1 and 2 position. But so far, so good here for the number 8.
Yeah, and it's interesting, too, if you look at the rest of the pack kind of spread out behind Kurt, you know, everybody's staying up, moving solid, and that kind of, I guess, is a testament to the qualifying process that everybody who makes the main is a darn good rider.
Yeah, and there were qualifiers all the way from this morning to now. It's been a long day and a lot of laps for a lot of these riders. As you see Davis on the number 59 Husqvarna was closing in on Booth for second, and once again the rock turn has caught Ty Davis.
Yeah, that's a tricky turn. You know, before the race, they were piling up some bigger rocks on that inside, I think, to kind of discourage guys from going far in. But you go outside, too, it's just as bad because they're really loose and they're just huge river rocks.
And moving up to third now was the number 6 of Jason Gitchell out of Kent, Washington. There is Booth. So far, so good in the test ride for Destry Abbott's bike.
Yeah, he's looking smooth. You know, Destry helped him. They made some changes before the race, and it was really cool hearing Destry talking about how to set up an endurocross bike because you want a dead feel in the rear. What I mean by that is the rebound of the suspension. You don't want it to spring back up quickly. You kind of want it to absorb things. You know, if you watch Adam's bike going over logs, it's not kicking him, it's not bucking him. And let's face it, when you're dog tired, you don't want to be letting go of the handlebars.
Yeah, I did notice trackside during practice. Unlike most dirt bike setups, as soon as they get on the gas, even on a straightaway, you see the back really squat down, which is not something you normally see in a motocross bike. But they're not really concerned about that. It's all about getting through the obstacles.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you saw Adam there have a fall. If he can get that thing lit, oh, it's already running, then he's doing good.
And we got a battle on our hands. It's all about this rock corner. And it looks like Booth on the number 8 able to get it rolling as they head to the white flag. Battle is off for the number 3 spot. You got Jason Gitchell on the 6, being challenged by Colby Begin on the number 243. So a good battle for that last podium spot as Kurt Nickel gets away and he's headed to the checkered flag.
And I am so impressed with this man right here, Jason. He doesn't even look tired.
No, a short 4-lap race here. Everyone's still down, and that's going to be the final challenge for Kurt. He's got to pick his way through all these down motorcycles. And he's going to have to go all the way to the outside. Checkered flag is in sight. It's got to be so frustrating, but it looks like he's going to hang on. And Kurt Nickel is your first winner of the night here in Las Vegas, taking the Vet 35 Plus class. And we had good odds on him. I don't know how much money we would have made if we bet on Kurt.
That was a strong ride. That's how you want to do endurocross. Get out front, ride smooth, cross the finish line, and give the trophy girl a big kiss.
Still a scramble here as Davis, I believe, has slithered into the number 2 position. You see Booth on the number 8. Oh, and Gitchell is down as well. That's the white and the green bike stuck on that rock pile.
Those rocks are nasty. They're tougher than they look, and the bikes are picking up a lot of water from the water feature too. So the more that they go through the rock section, it's just going to get wetter and wetter and more slippery.
And what a heartbreaker for Adam Booth, who had a shot at a runner-up position for the majority of this event. And it looks like now he is not going to be able to finish. Well, he certainly did put the bike to the test, there's no doubt about it. There is your battle, and I believe the 243 of Begin is going to take third by about a half a bike length over the 6 of Jason Gitchell, and these guys got to be tired. That was all out on that last lap.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, for the vet class, very strong. Good ride, good competition.
Well, that was certainly exciting to watch. It's going to lay some groundwork for what we're going to see throughout the night. Poor Adam Booth still trying to get out of the rocks. We'll be right back.
It's about that moment you realize it's not a ride, it's a journey. And so it begins. Your journey starts with Shorai. Shorai, the world's lightest, strongest power sports battery.
Welcome back to EnduroCross, and we're going to send it down to Lorette Nickel on the podium with Kurt Nickel, our winner.
And remember, for the best deals on motorcycle apparel, accessories, and parts, and for the best service, make sure you stop at motorcyclesuperstore.com.
All right, let's check in with Lorette on the podium, who she might be vaguely familiar with. Somebody stand down there near her.
Well, you know what? This is my favorite guy. There we go. I'm a professional. We got it. Don't worry. Mic's working. This man standing right here is my favorite rider of all time, my husband, the defending vet champion. And Kurt, I have to tell you, you made that look so easy, but I didn't think this track was that easy. It wasn't?
No, it's not easy at all. I got a whole shot, which made it a lot easier. It's a lot easier from the front, and just had steady laps, and but more by luck than judgment.
What was the most difficult part out there?
The second rock corner. The rock corner is the most difficult part on the track for sure for me, but I managed to get through there cleanly 4 times, which is a miracle.
And going for that third vet championship?
Well, we keep trying. I'm too old to retire.
That's what we're going to do. Guys, get loud for Kurt Nickel. Our podium. I'm going to get on out of the way here. Our podium here for our vet riders. In
As
third
mentioned,
place.
Nickel and Davis, who were the 2 favorites coming in, they showed why they go 1-2 and begin just edging out Ditchell for that final podium spot. Farrington, Ford, Booth, Reimer, Story, and Adams round out your top 10. That was exciting racing, though.
Yeah, and it's fun to watch Ty Davis out there, too. That's kind of the beauty of EnduroCross is you have the vet class 35+. It draws some big names. I mean, we have 2 champions at the top of the leaderboard. And, hey, where else would you get to watch them race?
Yeah, and it's cool because when you think about this sport, I think maybe because of the patience element, there are a lot of older riders that are effective even in the pro classes. We'll see a little bit later on.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Mike Brown, he's one of the most fit guys out there.
Yeah, so we'll see Mike Brown in action, and you'll also see Jeff Aaron, who just turned 40. So this is a place where you can have a good, long career. We're going to be ready for our first heat race of the pro class. And Mike Brown on the number 3 will be one to watch in this. There he is all the way on the inside. Brown had the fastest qualifying time today.
Yeah, Brown was on fire in hot laps. And I talked to him earlier. Really, he hasn't won one of these, so he's fired up, Jason. He wants to go out. He's putting the thing on the box right away. You know, obviously qualifying for the main event is the big deal right now. So you get in that top spot, make it to the main, get to rest up, and go race.
All right, 11 riders in this one. We'll focus on Brown. To his right is the number 11 of Ryan Sandoval out of California. Also watch Kyle Redmond in this one, the number 7, and the 33 of Taylor Robert. Max Gerston of the 15. Tyler Murray, 51. Ty Tremaine, 114. Jamie Lanza on the number 125, 125. Chris Birch, number 456. Phil Smodgy, 551. And Jack Field, a real wild card, is on the 747. We'll see how he does.
Yeah, and this is a 6-lap race right now, so attrition will play into it. You get about the 4 or 5 lap mark, and you get a little tired out there.
Right, and you're picking up motorcycles and pushing them over stuff half the time. It'll take some energy. So Brown is certainly a favorite coming into this one. You never know what you're going to get in EnduroCross, though. We're underway. Brown able to control the start. Certainly needs experience with that from his motocross and supercross days. But a long way to go, and you see the difference here. The pro class jumping over the tractor tires, Chris.
Yeah, solid jump for Brownie right there. And let's talk about second place right now. Ryan Sandoval, number 11, is on that orange KTM. Third right now, but boy, he posted a great hot lap time. Very smooth.
It'll be one to watch. Also, you got the 33 of Taylor Robert on that factory team green Monster Energy Kawasaki into the number 2 position, and the 747 of Jack Field, relatively new at this, correct?
Yeah, and he's on that Christine Olive drive bike too, so that's a little bit of an advantage in some spots, a little bit heavier too, but I'd like to talk about Taylor too, Jason. He crashed so hard in practice. The guy's hickory tough. He got up, dusted himself off, and now he's in second place.
And meanwhile, you see Sandoval, who was second early, is all the way back at about last. That's how quickly things change. If you're Mike Brown here, the number 3, you're hoping that is not the case. Try to stay smooth out front, but you can see the difference the way these guys attack the course. They're that much closer to the edge.
Yeah, very aggressive riding style, and Brown's one of those guys, he has a motocross background, so, you know, he's not one of the balanced trials riders. He's more of a charger, and I talked to him this week, saw him practicing. He said in the last month, he has climbed 55,000 vertical miles on a bicycle. That's how hard he's training for this.
Wow. Wow, and this guy is 41 years old, so I guess the theory is you have to keep working hard as you get older. he's making that true right now. He's making it happen.
Yeah, if that's the way to do it, he's doing it. But also Taylor Robert, you know, he's a young guy. He's 22 years old. And he rides with a ton of energy, but very smooth, almost like a BMXer when you see him attack the obstacles.
Robert's pretty effective all around as a racer, not too shabby, and of course the Work Series as well, and the time he spent there, and definitely fast in EnduroCross, trying to keep Brown honest on the number 33. He's on the 250F Kawasaki, although I believe they're running 280 kits in there, just to get a little more grunt. Is that what they usually do here?
Yeah, 280 kits, and another thing too is teams will remove several gears from the transmission, so his bike maybe has first through third,
right?
Because you really don't use fourth, fifth, and sixth on EnduroCross track. If you do, you're doing things a little bit differently.
You're probably skipping sections. There is Robert. They're solid in the number 2 position. Jack Field is still third at the 747. Max Gersten, though, has gotten around Field, actually. He's put the number 15 up to the number 3 spot.
Yeah, Gersten's a young guy. He's very hungry, and I asked him today what his goals are, and he said, man, I want a top 5. I'm not messing around. And I think he can do it. He's got to stay up, and he's got to charge a little bit more. You know, he gets a little intimidated riding with the bigger guys, but he's proven before. He can run with the Brown. He can run with the Taylor Robert, and he's aggressive. He's not really scared of anything.
Yeah, I want to ask you about that because I know when EnduroCross started, the real challenge, of course, was the obstacles. And I feel like the game has refined itself so much now that even if you make the obstacles, that's not enough. You've got to race between the obstacles as well. That's got to be tough because it'd be tempting when you get through those firewood section to just say, I made it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a thinking man's game, too. I mean, you see Gersten very calculated, but he's hanging it out just enough. And I think you have to be a calculated risk taker and not let anything get under your skin. If you make a mistake, recover. Get back out there, and in Gersten's case, try and chase down Taylor Robert, who's just put down a 47-second lap time, which is pretty solid.
Gersten with a 45, trying to keep him honest, keep him close. Meanwhile, Sandoval still back in 9th. That's not going to make it easy on him as we go back to Brown. See Sandoval on the number 11, a lap down. He might be heading to the last chance qualifier.
Yeah, and Brownie right now, he's in exactly the position he wants to be in. He's thinking about the main event already, Jason. And really, he wants to get that big W, and he wants to beat his teammate, Taddy Blazuziak.
Yeah, we'll see Taddy coming up a little bit later in the heat races. Brown and Cody Webb, a couple other riders definitely have a shot at maybe ending that 4-year championship win streak of Taddy Blazuziak. Riding like this, there's no doubt why Brown's one of the favorites. Won an X Games gold medal in EnduroCross last summer in Los Angeles, so he knows how to get wins, but doing it at a points-paying event here in this series to start the year off, that's the way he'd like to do it.
Yeah, Brownie riding so smooth, and he's conserving energy while he's leading a race. I know those seem like conflicting terms.
Well, does that catch up to you as the checkered flag comes out? Save a little energy now. Is that going to pay off later?
Yeah, absolutely. Every lap you can get through smooth is another lap under your belt that you can charge later on in the night. Brownie just did it perfectly, and you know, Taylor, I don't think he's disappointed in that. I mean, first through third make it to the main, so see, Gersten right
knows that.
He's pumped. Yep, that's a big box to check, making the main.
All right, yeah, that really is critical, especially when one mistake in EnduroCross can separate you from not even making the main, even if you are one of the favored riders coming in. So Gersten's going to go in. Everyone else will be headed to what will end up being a very stacked last chance qualifier.
Yeah, Jamie Lanza in 4th place, almost making it to the main. He's on a 125 two-stroke. How cool is that?
Yeah, it's definitely sounded awesome when he had his chance to do a hot lap and in practice this afternoon at the Orleans Arena. Mike Brown going to talk to the TV people, and we're going to take a commercial break and be right back.
The fastest name in radio control.
One and done. It's a drag race show. Everything about the race is negotiable.
6 in the jump? I'm down for 6 in the jump.
Perfect. Morgan hit the line. One negotiation one race with everything on the line. If you win 10 races on one and done, you get an extra $50,000 bonus. See you at the track.
One and Done, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Only on MAV TV.
Welcome back to the Geico EnduroCross Series. It's round one, coming to you live here on the MotorTrend YouTube channel from the Orleans in Las Vegas, Nevada. And we just completed our first pro heat race. Mike Brown is your winner. Let's send it down to the podium with Lorette.
You still have something to prove?
Yeah, win this championship. That's my goal for this year. If I do that, I'd probably retire. Until then, I'm not. So that's championship.
Well, best of luck in that. You know, it looks like you're already out to a great start. Good luck with everything.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for everybody for coming out, and I hope it's a good race for everybody. The track's really good. They've done a good job. So hopefully tonight I can win one here. I've been here many a night, so tonight's going to be the night.
I think it's time.
I hope so. I feel good, and I'm ready, and make it happen.
Well, best of luck, Mike Brown. We'll see you a little bit later tonight. Guys, get loud for Mike Brown.
And we'll show you the results. These are the three riders going to the main event, Brown, Robert, and Gersten. And everyone else will be headed to the last chance qualifier. There'll be 3 heat races. So a lot more of the stars of EnduroCross still yet to come. We haven't even seen them race yet.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'll tell you what, these are 3 guys that belong in a main event. They deserve to be there. They rode hard, and I'm happy to see them on the board.
And now that Heat 1 is complete, we're going to move on to Heat Race number 2. And keep in mind with this, how much longer the races will be when we get to the main event. So you mentioned it, Chris Dennison. You got to try to conserve a little bit of energy here in this heat race because you're going to need it later.
Yeah, absolutely. But at the same time, you don't want to leave anything on the table because you only get so many chances to qualify. The start is so important right now. And we got a lot of good racers on the line, so I think it's anybody's game who gets the whole shot.
Yeah, I'll give you the names here. Brian Roper, the number 5, Justin Soleil in the 6, Cody Bykirk. Also on the number 6, Soleil's got a 6X. Colton Haker on the number 10, Wally Palmer on the number 27, Matt Crouch 38, Keith Sweeten 41, Eric Storrs 42, John Seahorn is number 96, Cody Webb 247, and Gary Sutherland is on the number 324. Webb, definitely one of the names to talk about coming into this one. Challenged Blazusiak at X Games Brazil last week. Now controlling the inside line and taking the whole shot in this heat race.
Yeah, Cody really is focusing on riding aggressively, and he's doing just that. Big seat bounce over the tires, and he's fired up. His goal, beat Taddy. That's it.
Challenge here from Sulea, the number 6 Kawasaki right there with him. And I believe that's Sutherland going after Soleil now in the number 3 spot. These guys got to fight each other, but most importantly, they just got to hold off everyone behind them because only the top 3 are going to the main. A little sideways there for Webb. No problems. Keeps the thing on the racetrack.
Number 10, too, that's Colton Haker in 4th place, and he's on a Honda 450 sponsored by Johnny Campbell Racing. He wants in the main bad, Jason. He's not going to give up easily. I guarantee he's going to try something silly to get past those guys and probably pull it off because he's a very talented rider.
Haker has won an EnduroCross main event before. He's always a threat. Maybe hasn't had the consistency he wants, but he's certainly spectacular to watch. Here is Webb starting to get away, and this was a guy that really was the protege of Jeff Aaron and the Trials Championship Tour. Incredible how well he has adapted to arena cross and racing on a typical motorcycle instead of a trials bike.
Yeah, absolutely. He's picked it up. You know, trials guys typically they don't have maybe the starting skills. They're not used to rubbing elbows a little bit. I don't know. He's been playing a ton of Angry Birds or something because he's getting aggressive.
There is Soleil in the number 2 spot. And pressure going to be applied by Sutherland, who has now secured that 3rd place position on the 324. And Haker is back there in 10th, and like you said, man, on the number 10 in 4th. Like you said, you put Haker 1 spot out of qualifying position, the sparks are going to fly.
Absolutely. And let's remember, too, he's on a Honda 450. That's a powerful motorcycle for sure. And a lot of the riders on 250s, pretty much everybody on 4-strokes behind Cody Webb, but he's on that Beta 300 2-stroke, and, I think he's comfortable out front.
Battle beginning to develop here. Haker goes to the inside and makes a block pass on Sutherland to take that all-important final transfer spot away. Trying to work their way through. That might have been Bykirk there, the number 6, who went a lap down, struggling in that rock garden.
Wally Palmer coming in that rock turn also on Christine. We saw Jack Field post a decent result. And,
Hager not done. He wants to go to the number 2 spot, and another block pass takes it away from Soulé and then almost goes down. And Soulé is going to take them both down.
Both on the ground. That was not a dirty move on either part, but these guys are racers. They're going to fight for it.
Yeah, but meanwhile, Sutherland able to take the number 2 spot away. Luckily, no one else able to gain ground. And look at Hager trying to come back. They know only the top 3 are going to the main event.
Yeah, there's a lot on the line right now. I mean, a guy like Colton, he's expected to be in the main event. He's a very strong rider. He's won one of these before, but you got to earn it in Endurocross. Nothing comes easy for sure.
And Soulé gets hung up. Now in that rock garden. And Hager goes down on top of him. This could be the opportunity Keith Sweeten on the number 41 is waiting for. Hager takes a look over. He kept the bike running, and now they're side by side. Palmer down to the number 27.
Yeah, this section is tricky. You can see there's oil on the rocks from some of the amateurs breaking cases earlier, and you know, it's not a simple section. It's a fun feature to have right before the finish because anything can happen.
Well, fun for us to watch. Take us to this battle here, Chris.
Man, Colton just got out of shape right here, grabbed a handful of throttle, and in goes Justin, cleans out his foot. You know,
that's not dirty.
No, it's not dirty. I mean, you see the water splash is actually roost out of the mud hole, goes onto the dirt there, makes it very slick. Even with the knobby tires, you still lose traction. And you know, I'll call that one semi-cheap.
Okay. That's me. I'm semi-cheap. Meanwhile, no drama at all for the number 2 of Cody Webb, who has a gigantic lead because of all that banging going on behind him for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and beyond. And this is exactly what you expect out of Cody Webb because of that trials background. Look at how perfect he is technically through these sections.
So precise, Jason. He put in a really good ride, too, in Brazil at the International X Games just 2 weeks ago. And taking the win here, that's what he wanted in Brazil. He got 2nd behind Taddy. And to say he's hungry would be an understatement. He wants it tonight.
Yeah, he is yet to take a main event victory in Endurocross. He wants one. He's sitting there wondering, where is everybody else? He has no idea the carnage behind him. I think I see the 324 of Sutherland beginning to make his way toward the checkered flag. That's a rider a lap down. Yes, so Sutherland on the 324 is going to the main. He's survived the carnage best. A very likable guy out of Bakersfield, California. Good to see him putting it in. And Hager, I think Hager on the number 10 managed to get into the main event. That was a rough ride to get there.
Man, he earned it for sure.
And we'll be right back after this.
I was made of money.
I wish you were too.
Chances are you're not made of money, so don't overpay for motorcycle insurance. Geico Motorcycle. See how much you could save.
Because he didn't even really have a chance to get ready.
To a full-time EnduroCross rider, Cody.
To the Geico AmeriCross Series, fueled by Monster Energy, presented by Lucas Oil. We just completed our 2nd Pro Class heat race of the night. Cody Webb took a dominant win in that one, but what's really all about in EnduroCross is the carnage, and there was a ton of it behind him. It was certainly exciting. We're going to talk to Cody in just a minute on the podium.
Did that silver medal in Brazil motivate you? You want more? You want that number 1? You want that gold?
yeah, most people would be stoked for the silver medal, but you know, I was happy too, but at the same time it killed me because I was right there in the lead battling back and forth, and hopefully the same thing's going on tonight. Put a good show for you guys, and I'd rather be on top instead of Taddy this time, but you know, we're gonna give it my all, and keep cheering for us, because that's what's motivating me to keep going.
In his own words, keep cheering for him. Get loud for Cody Webb. Good job, Cody. We'll see you in the main event. Guys.
And we're going to show you the results from that heat race. No surprise with Webb taking the win. You just saw him talking about that on the podium. Good ride on that Beta 300. Sutherland and Haker. It looks like, hey, they just finished second and third, but there was so much action to get those spots.
Yeah, that was a rough one, and it also pushes Justin Soule to the LCQ, which is tough for him, but it's also more track time, maybe some time to work out the cobwebs, put that one behind him, and make the main event.
Yeah, what a bummer. Obviously had the speed to get in the top 3. We will move on to heat race number 3 now, and this one has your champ, Taddy Blazusiak, out of Poland on the number 1. Also in this one, Jeff Aaron. He'll certainly be one to watch on the number 4. Bobby Prochnow is on the number 9. Destry Abbott. It says 74 here. I believe Abbott's actually on the number 8 machine. Corey Graffunder, number 118. I'm calling this one J-Law. Josh Lawrence on the number 154. Eric Rote, number 200. David Broderick, 214. Ricky Dietrich, 539. Harrison Oswald, 649. And Evan Kelly on the 710. That is your lineup. And again, only the top 3 make it.
Yeah, and we'll see how Taddy does off the line. He doesn't have the inside, Jason.
118 of Graffunder, and Blazusiak battling for it. Blazusiak, I didn't even see him toward the start early, and then by the 3rd turn, he's all the way into the lead. Graffunder not going to take that line down, bumping wheels with the champ, and look at this leaping through. I believe that's Abbott up to the number 2 spot.
Yeah, Destry's on the gas. He's smart. He always puts himself in a good position. The guy's 40 years old. He's as tough as anybody else out there.
Yeah, showing some aggression there as well. Abbott to 2nd, and now challenging Blazusiak for the lead. And I believe that's Aaron now on the number 4, who has snuck his way up into 3rd through the firewood and across the finish line on lap 1. So Blazusiak able to control it into the Dirt Rider Matrix back on the start stretch.
Taddy's just looking so strong right now. He's kind of got something to prove, Jason, because he qualified in 6th. And for a guy like Taddy, that's not okay. He knows one speed that's wide open. He wants to win for sure. His game at EnduroCross, he's a very smooth rider. You know, he does a lot of wheel tapping. Trials background typically, but the guy's pretty all around. He rides like a motocrosser.
This is a good battle between Abbott and Aaron, 2 of the older guys in the field, both over the age of 40. Now, Abbott, I think he'll admit that he's not out here expecting to win these races any longer. He's certainly won his share in the past. As Aaron goes by, Aaron, meanwhile, still certainly a contender for this title. And now a bunch of riders down in that mud, and that rock garden. It's going to allow Aaron to get away.
Yeah, and watch him ride, Jason. He's a very tall rider, 10-time national trials champion. Again, we talked about trials as kind of being like a rock crawling sport. So he has a lot of balance, throttle control. He'll do stuff. He won't put his feet out. And kind of a different riding style than Taddy, but not as explosive, still very effective on the track.
Yeah, it's really kind of surprising. I think if you watch Taddy Blazusiak, you would not think that trials was really his original game. Aaron, it's pretty obvious. See him riding standing up all the way around the track. Blazusiak, as you said, much more like a motocrosser. Here's a rider who has now inherited 3rd, the big man from Canada, Bobby Prochnow, who, I'm not joking, really does work as a logger. He has an actual job as a logger in the forest of Canada.
Yeah, this is a funny story. He trains by running around the logging camp, and recently his training's been hampered because of wolves.
I would think he'd run faster.
Yeah,
I would think it would help.
Maybe. I want to see the wolf that guy is scared of, because he's a big individual. He's a pretty strong rider.
And a bunch of riders battling behind Abbott, who's in the number 4 position. It's Ricky Dietrich, who is one of the stars of this sport in the early days. And then he tried some motocross and supercross. He raced in Europe a little bit. He's been all over the map. He's now back in EnduroCross on the 539 and the number 5 spot. He and Abbott used to be teammates on Kawasaki back in the day.
Yeah, Dietrich was the 2008 EnduroCross champion, and I'm happy to have him back. You know, he spent some time in motocross. He's got a lot of raw speed for sure. And if he can get around Destry here, I think it'll be big and good for his confidence too. Just get back in the swing of things.
Then you're basically one mistake away. You see Prochnow there at the number 9 of maybe getting into a qualifying position. So the battle is on. Blazusiak, not much to report up front. Business as usual. The number 1 is number 1.
One thing I was interested in earlier is after practice, after the hot lap, you see Taddy posted that result, 6th place, not what he wanted. They made a lot of changes to the suspension.
They did.
And a lot of that, tuning, tweaking, it's not uncommon for sure. But a guy like Taddy, he's probably got a stiffer setup. He's used to X Games, a little bit jumpier, and kind of getting hung up there. But boy, the guy just keeps charging forward.
Yeah, you bring that up, the X Games thing. That is EnduroCross, but those races do not count as the white flag comes out for Blazousiak. They don't count as part of this championship series any longer. And the courses are a little bit faster.
Yeah, a little bit. They incorporate the speed and style course, which is another X Games discipline. So here, this is raw EnduroCross, a lot more technical for sure, but still a little jumpy. You see Taddy go over that rock double and, into the water. I mean, the water feature is tricky in itself because the Monster Energy mud hole will splash water everywhere. It gets the logs wet, gets the rocks wet. Really kind of makes it tricky.
And talking to Antti Kallinen, the team manager from Blazousiak and KTM, they said they ran only 3-speed transmissions the last couple of years, but because the courses at X Games are so much faster, they're running the full gearbox this year. You never know when you're going to need it. That's how fast these guys are going. Blazousiak right now has this one completely under control, and he wins heat race number 3, and even a little style over the finish. So Blazousiak takes the win. We'll keep tabs on everyone behind him and tell you who makes the main when we return to the Orleans.
Chances are you're not made of money, so don't overpay for motorcycle insurance. Geico. See how much you could save.
The fastest name in radio control.
Welcome back. It's round 1 of the 2013 Geico EnduroCross Series coming to you live here on MotorTrend's YouTube channel, and we're going to send it down to our heat race winner who's on the podium with Lorette.
Well, this man right here, number 1, Taddy Blazousiak. Taddy, you are proving over and over to be ferocious. Again, you have 4 EnduroCross championships. You have 2 gold medals. Do you ever get nervous that the rest of the field might be closing in on you?
Oh, for sure. Those guys, they work hard, to be here and try to beat me. And not try to beat me, try to win the championship, because it's not only about beating me to win the championship. So yeah, heads up for those guys. They're getting faster and faster, but I'm doing the same thing and trying, be better and have a better bike every day. So I guess we're doing a good job, and I feel way better now on the motorcycle than I did in the morning. We've made a couple changes. It's cool to have such a great team behind me. The guys were working all afternoon, to make me feel, good. And at some point, maybe it didn't really look like it was worth it, but I can tell you, I felt way better right now on the track than I did in the morning. So yeah, good. We're good to go now.
Good to know you're now relaxed. You got that first heat win out of the way in the main event, but we got hot laps tonight. What do you think about that?
Yeah, this is a new thing, and to be honest, at first I didn't really know what to think about the idea, because it's cool that before we were always working, towards that gate pick for the main all day, and now if you make a mistake in that second hot lap, you're done. But I made a mistake in the first one, so I'm gonna make the best of it tonight for sure. So I love it tonight.
Good way to think about it. Taddy, best of luck tonight. We'll see you in a little bit. Thanks. Guys, let's go back up to you.
All right, well done by Taddy Blazousiak to take that one. Jeff Aaron and Destry Abbott scoring it for the 40-plus folks, both into the main event as well. Trials Cross is going to be next, and this is something different for you folks that maybe aren't familiar with this. A trials bike what's the best way to describe that? It's almost like a mountain bike with an engine. It's a lot smaller and lighter than a traditional dirt bike.
Yeah, that's an excellent description. I mean, you see low seat height on the bikes. The suspension's a lot different than a traditional bike. And also the power curve of the motor. It's not explosive. It's really meant for tractable. And, because of that, they get a slower race. It's only 4 laps, but still very difficult to place in the trials class. And you've got some good riders for sure, Jason.
Give the lineup here. The number 15 is Lexi Peugeot out of Calgary, Alberta, Canada. The 21 is Michael Salzman. 26, Taryn Gerber. 35, Andrew Kramer. 66, Ty Cullens. The 114 is Ty Tremaine. 502 is Nathan Brown. Noah Keppel, 696. Jack Field, 747. And Ryan Anderson, 788. And Field's going to be one to watch, I think, in the 747. We already saw him earlier.
Yeah.
Run pretty strong in the heat race.
No kidding. I've seen him backflip a tire before on a trials bike.
On a trials bike?
He can do it.
All right, we are underway here. Will be a 4-lap main event for the Trials Cross division. And there is a 747, not messing around. Jack Field, well, he was on a 747. He was airborne.
Yeah, Ty Tremaine is right there, too. He's a very tall kid. We see him in the amateur class later on. And, he knows how to ride a trials bike quickly, but Jack Field is just so solid. He's a strong guy, and little Australian, kind of built like a fire plug, but boy, he rips on those things. Good line choice there on the outside. We'll see if he goes inside in this rock turn.
It's unbelievable how fast they're actually going on these trials bikes. A lot of times, in trials, you're just basically taking things as slow as possible. The goal is just to not fall down. But they've got some speed here at EnduroCross.
They do, and watch his game through the matrix section. He's kind of hopping, skipping, keeping the front end light, whereas Ty Tremaine just blitzes him with a set of Supercross flips. So different technique right there, and worked out okay for both.
And a battle on our hands with Ty Cullens on the number 66 has caught Tremaine. So here's our battle between Ty Tremaine and Ty Cullens, second and third through the water as Field tries to get away.
Yeah, so Cullens is only 14 years old, and I spoke with him this last week, and he's using the trials class almost as a feeder class for building skills for the big bikes. So we'll see him later on in the amateur main event as well. But the kid is super fast. He's been riding this class for 2 years, and all of those skills are translating to a big bike.
Got a change for the lead. I thought coming. No. Field able to grab a handful of throttle and hold on to the lead. But the pressure is being applied by Cullens in the number 2 spot. Great racing halfway through this one.
Yeah, and also, Jason, one of our viewers just texted us using the hashtag EnduroCross Live and saying that Jack Field is really looking through the turns. And you watch that technique, that's common with motocrossers, but not really with trials guys. But boy, he's doing it. He's looking ahead, he's seeing where he's going, he's watching the competition too over his shoulder.
Give me the background here on Jack Field. Pretty interesting. He's kind of done it all.
Yeah, he's a trials freestyler. I know those are kind of odd terms together.
Never even heard of that.
He does tricks, backflips, rides in skate parks too, and he loves enduro. He's out here with his girlfriend and riding that Christine in the big bike class, but trials is kind of what he does, and he looks like he's having fun.
Absolutely, and I'm sure he'll be pretty fast on the big bike a little bit later on as he tries to get into the main there. Oh, and he goes down in that rock section. Got to try to hang on to it. Battle is on. Drag race through the firewood as the white flag comes out. Oh, and Field up over the bars.
Wow, what a save.
And they bump and go down. Somehow, Field is able to hang on. That's 2 great saves through that section.
Yeah, that was an aggressive move. Semi-clean. I wouldn't call it too dirty, but Ty Tremaine looked a little hurt there holding the arm. Hopefully that doesn't affect him later on in the night.
Yeah, well, you come down, obviously, if you're landing on firewood or on rocks, you can land the wrong way and hurt yourself pretty easy. Luckily, the speeds aren't that high out here. Take us through this again, Chris.
Well, this is the save of the century, basically. Feet blow off the pegs, full Superman. He is a freestyler. Keep that in mind. And then just launches in, clips Tremaine, hits his arm, and down goes Ty. So, tricky one.
Wow, and that was a last lap battle for the lead. Jack Field doing whatever it takes to try to get that spot.
Yeah, this is all him. This is the main event win right here.
Yeah, 35, Andrew Kramer is a lap down. So here it is. Jack Field, and there's the backflip. And he was actually able to land the backflip more smoothly than he did without backflipping the previous lap. I've never heard of trials freestyle. I will never forget the day I saw it for the first time.
Yep,
wow.
That is a first for EnduroCross too. First backflip during the race.
How about that? It happens on a trials bike. This guy is spectacular. We'll be right back.
It's about that moment you realize it's not a ride, it's a journey. And so it begins. Your journey starts with Shorai. Shorai, the world's lightest, strongest power sports battery.
Well, this is spectacular. Watch the 747 of Jack Field on his way to winning in the Trials Cross class. And if you've never seen this before, I don't blame you. You don't see it very often. A backflip on a Trials bike to celebrate the win. This guy is spectacular. We'll send it down to the podium with Lorette.
Coming over here, killing this track. Wow, this is your first experience with EnduroCross. Tell us about it.
Yeah, I'm having a ball. I just came over for a bit of fun to have a bit of a ride. I rode the Christini in the Pro Expert class, and unfortunately didn't make it in the main, but I got to do the LCQ, so I thought I'd go out there and have a crack on the Trialsy and try and flip the finish line. Hopefully you guys enjoyed it.
So are you going to be working to get into the main event, or are we going to see you again?
Yeah, I'm going to have a go at the LCQ and give it my best shot. Hopefully I can make it into into the main and show you guys a good show.
Well, congratulations. Anyone you want to thank?
Yeah, definitely. I'd like to thank the guys from Unit and Gas Motos, Answer Clothing, all my sponsors. You guys can see who they are. So, they all helped me get here. And thanks for everyone out there for making plenty of noise and getting me upside down.
All right, our Aussie rider coming all the way out here to Vegas, guys. Great job. Our podium. In third place, Ty Cullens. In second, Ty Tremaine. And your winner, Jack Fields, right there. Guys, get loud for Trials Cross.
He's going to have to come race a little bit later on the full-size bike, so I hope it didn't take too much energy there. There it is. Field takes the win over Cullens. And Tremaine was able to pick himself up after that crash while battling for the lead and still salvage third.
Yeah, excellent ride for Ty Cullens and Ty Tremaine. Both those guys are going to be just pounding waters right now, getting on the big bikes, getting ready for the amateur main event. But first, we got something interesting.
Well, you mentioned pounding waters. You think it was a physical output for the riders. Next up is going to be our Pro Taper foot race, and that's it. We talked about the difference between the Trials bike and the dirt bike. This is the no bike, but they will have a set of Pro Taper handlebars.
Yeah, this is going to be a good race. It's one of the fun things about Geico EnduroCross, too, is they really engage the fans. Props to Pro Taper for putting this on. It's a fun thing, kind of a co-promotion with the local radio station. And I think that guy right there thinks the 30-second board is sideways. He's got the bar straight out.
Oh, already ready to go.
He's drunk. Let's call a spade a spade.
Okay, well, it is Vegas, and it is Friday night. Boy, don't use up all your energy before the race has even begun.
I like the focus, though. He's got the left heel back, foot off the ground, and first turn pile up. I'm calling it. That guy's going down.
Wow, I'd like to see the human first turn pile up. Can't blame the bikes here. I don't want to see any of them reaching down to check their petcock to make sure the gas is on. That would be probably something we couldn't even show on TV. Here we go. Foot race underway. Are they doing the whole darn track?
They'll do portions of it, and I think the only rules are run and win.
Yeah, because they're going to be exhausted. Okay, a couple of runners down. This is the cardiovascular shock you were talking about earlier.
Yeah, that guy in front, I think he had a couple of monsters because he is pinning it right now. But it's a fun race to watch and shows you how tough the track is.
You got to have the premix ratio of monsters to beer, and he takes the win. Somebody had to take it, but that was impressive. They didn't even slow down.
Yeah, that might be Jackie Chan. That was a good tuck and roll over the finish line. And, I'll still go with Jack Field's backflip. I think that was the coolest thing I've seen over the finish so far, but we'll give the tuck and roll a close second.
Yeah, he had the feet flailed out as well, but that was not on purpose. So he takes the win, and he's going to have to take a chug of something at this point because he's got to be exhausted. And we're going to show you the front flip now.
Running, he gets to keep the handlebar if he wins.
And I don't know if that was leaning him out at the tape or just didn't have the strength to continue to stand. Let's send it back down to Lorette.
And my Pro Taper Flow Racer, tell everybody your name.
Chris Brown.
All right, Chris Brown, how difficult was that?
Very difficult. That one guy was catching up on me. I took him around the turn, went straight for the finish. Feels good to win.
Yeah. Do you have any sponsors that you want to thank?
Pro Taper.
Yeah, Pro Taper and Free Gun.
And Monster Energy.
And Monster Energy, because our beautiful Monster Energy girls are right over here. And Free Gun is giving you...
You run a lap of the course and you can barely even breathe, but then they immediately send you to the podium to try to speak over the microphone. That's the final challenge of the foot race.
Yeah, that's difficult, but who said EnduroCross was easy? Difficult's good. That's what we do here, Jason.
Yeah, so now they can no longer say, hey, this course is so difficult you could barely walk around it. You actually have proof of how difficult that was with a bunch of riders, runners going down. And speaking of that, some of the riders who did go down in their heat races are back with another opportunity in our first last chance qualifier of the night. This is going to be tense. We saw a few takeout maneuvers in the heats. It's only going to be intensified now, Chris.
Yeah, no joke. These are only 5 laps long, so you really have to get out there early, and you want to post a good finish. I mean, they're only taking the top 2 guys from each LCQ, and this is business. If you get third or finish worse than that, you're going home. You're packing up, and you're watching the race from the sidelines.
Jack Field, our very spectacular winner of the Trials Cross, is back in this one on 747. Harrison Oswald, Dave Broderick, Eric Roten, Jamie Lanza, Corey Graffunder, Ty Tremaine, Eric Stortz, Keith Sweeten, Ryan Sandoval, Cody Bykirk, and Brian Roper. That is your field. The 41 down there on the inside is Keith Sweeten out of Oregon City, Oregon, of course. He's the one on the inside gate. The inside gate's paid off tonight so far.
Yeah, it is, but watch Graffunder. He's number 118. He's got the white number plate, 3 in from the far right next to the starter box, and is a very big, aggressive rider. I think he can pull a whole shot.
41's going to get it. I think Graffunder did a good job tucking to the inside, and he might grab that since we're in Vegas if you had put money on it. I'd say that you're going to profit off of that one. That's a good call.
Yeah, thank you. He's a good starter, and he's a good guy to bet on for sure. I mean, we are in Vegas, but Corey's very, very hungry right now. He's had an X Games medal before. Didn't get the gold, but one of those guys, never won EnduroCross, definitely has the potential to do it.
And it's all about the top 2 in this one as Graffunder tries to get away on the 118. Right now, the 41 of Sweeten holding on to it, with major pressure being applied from all sides, especially when you get that Geico Rock Garden. It's at the 125 of Jamie Lanza, I think, who has taken over the number 2 spot. We'll have to see the number here in just a moment. And Lanza's riding not only on the number 125, but yes, it is him on a 125.
Yeah, Lanza, he's a shorter rider too. He's about 5'5", and you know, for those who don't watch EnduroCross all the time, you may be picking up by now. It's a taller man's game, just because you're putting your foot down constantly in the rocks and everything. He got passed by there, Sweeten, and you know, Jamie's a good motocrosser. He knows how to race. He knows how to rub elbows. We may see a good aggressive pass, but he's not a dirty rider.
And he's going to try to go to the inside right here. And just like you said, a nice pass, but no contact. Could put some money on that one. Exactly as you said it would unfold is the way it did now into the Geico Rock Garden. Also watch for the 11. Sandoval creeping up on this battle for 2nd and 3rd.
And Graffunder right now, he's on cruise control. I mean, he just doesn't want to mess up. Making that main is crucial for sure. He's a Husqvarna rider, one of the factory guys. They count on him to be in the main, and he's got what it takes, obviously, riding very composed right now.
Absolutely, with a good size lead. Lanza and Sweeten continue to go back and forth 3 or 4 times. They swap that 2nd place position. Sweeten on the 41 trying to go to the inside, and he stalls, and that's going to open the door for the 11 of Sandoval and allow Lanza to get away.
Yeah, Lanza, you know, watch his style. He's got to keep his feet on the pegs. I think, as Emmett would say, he doesn't want to huckabuck through the rocks.
No, there's no saving the huckabuck when you're 5'5", and it looks like Sandoval is now taking 3rd away from Sweeten, so he's the man on the mission now. He's got to go after Lanza.
Yeah,
to get in the main.
Top 2. Jamie's not going to give it up easily. And with those 2 spots on the line, like I said, if you don't make it through this, you're done. And Sandoval put in such a good ride earlier in the hot laps. We'll see what he can do, but he's going to charge all the way to the finish.
I think he's closing the gap just a little bit, but he might need a mistake from Lanza to completely close that gap up and really put the pressure on. Lap times both ran 44 seconds last time around. Graffunder running 42s up front.
Yeah, and I'd like to point out, too, the firewood section, you know, a lot of the features that have logs across them are getting very wet at this point, just because the bikes pick up so much water underneath the skid plate and everything that, you know, the Kenda tire mount is going to be slicker than snot by the end of the race.
And now Lanza going to have to deal with some pressure as Sandoval continues to close. Saw our leader there just for a moment. Graf under, no troubles up front on the 118. Graf under out of British Columbia, Canada. And another one of the big, tall guys out here. And he said that is an advantage, but when you don't make mistakes, it doesn't even matter. We've barely seen him have the dab at all.
No, he's not a dabber. He's not really a trials guy, but he's a trainer too, Jason. He puts it down in the gym. You know, he's a master of the preparate, as Carmichael would call it. But really, the guy hammers down. He's a good runner, good mountain biker, and as you can see, a good racer.
Checkered flag is out. He's going to the main event on the 118. Well done for Graf under. And now your battle is on for second, and we'll wait to see if it's Lanza, Sandoval, or somebody else. That's the kind of lead that Graf under had. Graf under's going to be a contender in the main event. He just had some bad luck in the heat. There it is. Lanza, I believe, is going to get it on the 125.
125 two-stroke. You know, that Husqvarna's a good bike. He may have a 144 kit in that, which is legal.
He's still at a disadvantage, so yeah, let him run it. So that's our first LCQ. We'll be right back after this.
I was made of money.
I wish you were too.
Chances are you're not made of money, so don't overpay for motorcycle insurance. Geico Motorcycle. See how much you could save.
We're back, Geico EnduroCross. We just wrapped up our first last chance qualifier, and it was certainly a good race. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Jason Wygant, Chris Dennison giving you the call here from the Orleans. We'll give you the results of this LCQ. Graf under taking the win, and Lanza gets in. Final transfer there for him. Two Husqvarna riders, Keith Sweeten, a good ride, but just going to miss. That's a lot of talent. It's going to end up not making the main tonight.
Yeah, solid ride for those guys. Jamie Lanza is very pleased to be in the main event. And also Corey Graf under, Lanza's Husqvarna teammate. Such a solid ride. And I think that'll translate well into the main event if he can pick the speed up just a tad more. Because we saw it out of Taddy. He was flying.
Now, we do have some feedback here on the MotorTrend YouTube channel. It's broadcasting this event. We'll take one from Cowie Rider 594. I'll pose this one to you, Chris Dennison. He says, what do you think is going to be the biggest factor in the main event tonight? What's really going to make the decision for who's going to win?
Without a doubt, the key to a good race tonight is just riding flawless. You don't want to make any mistakes. So for a guy like Taddy, clearly he's got the speed to win the thing, but he can't make any mistakes. And same thing with a Jeff Aaron, Colton Haker, any of those guys that are up in the mix have the potential to win. The wind goes out the door when you make a mistake, when you mess up, dump the bike. So conserve energy, stay on two wheels, and pin it.
So many of the riders, when you talk to them, will talk about it's often a matter of not if, but when you're going to make that mistake. Not dwelling on it, not losing your spirit, not losing your cool, staying positive even when crazy things are going to happen.
Yeah, the trick to endurocross really is it's not about not making mistakes. It's about recovering as quickly as you can.
Yep.
Because mistakes are going to happen. The track is super rough. We see in all the Monster Energy mud holes a very, very difficult section just to get through because it makes everything so slick. So it's a tricky thing for sure. But I think the guys that can recover, that are mentally strong, are the guys you'll see on top of the podium.
Here we go, last chance qualifier number 2. Riders of this one include Justin Soleil, Kyle Redman, Bobby Crockno, Wally Palmer, Chris Birch, Matt Crouch, Tyler Murray. The rest of the field, they are into the first turn. Number 9 of the Canadian Prochnow trying to lead him through. No, it's now Dietrich on the 539 Honda into the number 1 spot.
Yeah, very solid hole shot from Dietrich. Like we mentioned earlier, he's a good motocrosser. I think he can maintain it. He looks like he's in good shape. And talking to him earlier, he's just happy to be back in endurocross.
Yeah, and he does have a bike over at the stadium for Supercross that could potentially go ride there tomorrow if he feels like it. He rode Supercross at the beginning of the year, then came back, did some endurocross, wanted to compete at the X Games in Brazil, and here in Vegas. Got some challenges now for the number 6 of Soleil, the 7 of Redmond, as they go through that Geico Rock Garden.
Yeah, Redmond training very hard lately, and that guy's a bulldog for sure. Jason. He rides just some of the worst terrain you've ever seen. And talking to him, he's trying to elevate his game to be more of a sprinter because these races, they're a little bit short. Also, only top 2 make it, so he's got to put the hammer down if he wants to get in the qualifying position.
Soleil put the hammer down. He's in the number 2 spot. Soleil, one of the happiest, most positive guys you'll ever meet at the races. I say that if he doesn't make the main tonight, go into the casino, anyone who loses a lot of money, find this dude, he will cheer you up. He is challenging Dietrich right now for the number 1 spot. Here we go, drag race across the rocks, and Soleil making it happen.
Very good line by Justin right there, you know, and it's tricky. You got to watch what the other racers are doing, but at the same time, you can't take a bad line. And the trick to that rock section is really you do not want to drop the front tire into a hole.
And it looks like Dietrich, you saw, got hung up there, has lost some spots. It is now the 7 of Redmond up to the number 2 spot. And there is Dietrich back to 3rd. Wally Palmer on that Christini all-wheel drive machine in 4th on number 27.
Yeah, fun fact about Wally Palmer, Jason. He actually is qualified for X Games Step Up in Barcelona on that 2-wheel drive Christina.
And now you folks might be saying, well, they're really high flyers in this, but Wally Palmer, they call him Wide Open Wally for a reason.
Yeah, he's a wild man. He's a very strong rider, and if anybody's going to do something crazy, he will. But right now, Redmond, just very smooth lines. You see him super methodical. If I was Dietrich, I'd want to push my way past him because Kyle's a tough guy to pass.
We'll see if Dietrich on the 539 can do it. He's got to get around that number 7 to get into the main event. Soleil in control, but not a huge lead. I think Redmond might actually be closing in just a bit.
Yeah, Soleil is a vicious trainer. He rides a lot of mountain bikes and very good pedaling. Cardiovascular engine is just super strong, but he might be conserving a little bit. I mean, if you're in the top 2, you're in the main event, he may already be thinking about that main event, which is a very long one.
Over that tabletop and into the Geico Rock Garden they go now. Redmond's drawing a bead here on the number 6. You don't want to get too close, though, and get tangled out. If he goes down, and it almost happened. Nice job by Redmond to thread the needle.
Very good pass. He saw that coming. Matt Crouch was stuck on the inside. Kyle, I think, knew that was going to be a choke point for Justin. And right now, Kyle's just got to keep it on 2 wheels.
Now the question is, can Soleil recover, or is he going to lose a spot as far as going to the main event? Dietrich and Palmer, I believe, had their struggles as well. So basically all that has happened is that Redmond has a big lead, but Soleil is still in 2nd.
Yeah, Dietrich wants it for sure. I think it's a little bit out of reach right now. Could still happen. I mean, there could be a mistake out of either of these guys. But Kyle, I think he's in a good position for sure, and just such a great kid. He's always got a smile on his face, and he lets his riding do the talking. He's a very, very humble dude, but great finishes in Erzberg, and he's getting ready to make the main here.
And he will be a contender in that main event. First, you got to get into the show, and he is going to make it happen. Kyle Redmond comes from behind to win the 2nd last chance qualifier. Now the battle is for that final spot. Will it be Soleil on that Monster Energy Team Green Kawasaki? He was in 2nd, and he's still in 2nd. He's going to the main. Dietrich is going to be the first to miss. Heartbreaker for him. Our main event field is set. Should be a great race tonight. Stay with us here. You're watching live coverage of the Geico EnduroCross season opener from Vegas.
Chances are you're not made of money, so don't overpay for motorcycle insurance. Geico. See how much you could save.
EnduroCross Series is brought to you by Moose Racing, with thousands of items from gaskets to gear. Moose has you covered. And by Kenda Tires, quality tires since 1962. That's Kenda, that's life in motion. Live on a Friday night here in Las Vegas, Nevada. It's round one of the Geico EnduroCross Series. Jason Wygant and Chris Dennison giving you the call. We've reached intermission here. We're going to have a chance to get up close and personal with some of the riders here. And one of the great stories is Gary Sutherland, who's made the main event through the heat race. A good solid ride for him. Gary is kind of the workaday hero of EnduroCross.
Yeah, a lot of personalities in EnduroCross, Jason. Unfortunately, Gary Sutherland's story, it's a little bit tragic too. He's very close to his mechanic, best friend, PJ Marquez. Unfortunately, he died at a race last year, not riding, had a heart attack back in the tunnel. And, you know, Gary has so much heart. The guy's a single dad. He's a very hard worker. He rode with a broken hand for 2 rounds last year just so he could qualify for X Games, and the guy's a charger.
Absolutely, and despite all that, riding strong tonight into the main event, certainly could be a contender to maybe go top 5 or even podium. Let's get to know Gary Sutherland.
I always grew up racing, and I actually raced at a professional level. In 2005, I started racing pro, and you know, with injuries and stuff, you know, I kind of had to have a backup plan. So I went to MMI and went to school. It's kind of a love-hate thing, you know. You get to see somebody doing something you'd love to do, and being as young as I was, I just decided that, you know, it's time to focus and put in some effort. So I went and got a full-time job with a lot of hard work. I'm actually being able to do it as a living right now, so pretty happy with that. End of 2012 was a tough year, not just injury, you know, the loss of PJ at Denver and stuff with my daughter and everything that was going on. I ended up breaking my hand and racing 3 rounds with a broken hand, which was really tough, but I didn't even get it casted. I just buckled down and did what I had to do, because I knew that racing X Games this year is a huge opportunity for me and action sports and everybody in the off-road community. I mean, it's putting us on the map. And to be a part of it, you know, I knew that's what's going to help further my career racing in EnduroCross. Mentally, being able to get through lappers or get by people or race people and have somebody fall over and picking different lines, I think that's the biggest thing, is keeping your cool and getting through the obstacle and staying focused on putting in, if it's a heat race, 6 solid laps. If it's a main event, 10 solid laps. And even if you do fall, getting back up and not letting it get the best of you, and just keep riding smart. And I work on that every race.
Gary's good, you know. I've had a few run-ins with him, you know, but off the track we're fine, you know. Racing's racing, and you know, if you can take it off track and still be friends, that's the main thing. You know what I mean? He's aggressive sometimes, you know. If you're aggressive with him, I think if you're fair with him, he's fair with you, and you know, I'm the same way. You know, I like to race, and that's what I'm out there for.
Sometimes it's disheartening. You watch him hit a rock corner just perfect, and you're like, man. And so you come out and practice and work on it. But I think everybody's always watching everybody, because there's so many different backgrounds in everybody's racing, whether it's moto or trials or whatever it may be. Everybody has their own technique and their riding style, so we all learn from each other, I think. I wake up anywhere from 6:30 to 7, depends on them, to make breakfast. By the time I get all that done and get her to daycare, I get back to my house around 9:30, and then it's off to either a track. I'll go and I'll do my motos, I'll ride, and then, you know, mid-afternoon I try and either get some bike work in, because I work on all my own bikes, and then I pick Emery up around 5:36. And when you have Em, she demands your entire attention. She's awesome. She's all over the place, but you know, she wants to have fun. You know, I mean, she's a kid. So I know that when I pick her up, I focus on her.
People didn't understand, you know, until you have kids, and it's, you know, I have a wife taking care of my kids, and you know, I couldn't do it if I didn't have that, you know, and I don't see how he does it. You know, it's hard. You can't do your training. He's got to work on his own bikes. You know, the kid comes first. You know, you got to do whatever goes for the kid comes first, and then the training and riding comes second. You know, and it's hard.
She drives me. She pushes me. I know that, hey, I got to get up, make sure she's on schedule, make sure I'm on schedule. You know, I don't do good this weekend. You know. It's diapers, right? My my main goal right now, and realistically, is I want to be a consistent top 5 guy and get on the podium. I've been on the podium before. I know I can do it. I want to get back to that right now. I mean, that's my goal. Top 5, consistent, get back on the podium and see if I can, challenge those guys for a win. I don't want to say cliche, but just you live every moment to its best, because like with PJ, like 1 minute we're standing there talking, having a good time like me and you, and 2 minutes later passes away right in front of me. It's like, how does that happen? And then, seeing my daughter's joy, it's like, wow, it's so rewarding to see her smile, and it's like, I'm gonna blink and she's gonna be 18, and I'm gonna blink and she's gonna be getting married. So I think it's making every moment count. I think that whether it's training, riding, being with your family, your kid, anybody, I think just enjoy what you do, because you only get one time at it. So. Give me a high five.
Well, certainly an inspiring story. We'll see how Gary does tonight. He told me about the hand injury that he was riding through. At least that's in the past. So who knows? Who knows what he could do tonight? He could seriously be a contender.
Yeah, I'm super happy to see Gary in the main right now, and I think that's exactly what he was looking for, Jason. And we have another comment here from a viewer on our MotorTrend YouTube channel, and he's asking, what kind of changes to the track do the riders have to expect?
Yeah, okay, so what kind of changes to the track do you have to expect? You had a chance to ride it much earlier today. Does it look similar, or has it actually changed lap to lap?
From all the qualifiers, some of the section have been dug out a lot. We see the matrix section following that finish line, and really that part gets a lot of holes in it from the women, the amateurs, and everything.
All right, well, we'll see. That means it's only going to be more treacherous when we go racing with our main events. But coming up later tonight.
It's about that moment you realize it's not a ride, it's a journey. And so it begins. Your journey starts with Shorai. Shorai, the world's lightest, strongest power sports battery.
Back here at the Geico EnduroCross 2013 season opener, Jason Wygant, Chris Dennison here. We've done a little bit of talking about the equipment, a lot of talk about the riders, of course, but really cool. One of the brands has sort of revived the two-stroke, maybe has a shot at winning the race tonight.
Yeah, two-stroke versus four-stroke is the perennial question, and Cody Webb this year, he's opted for that Beta 300. It's a good machine, and obviously he won a heat race on it.
And it is also the Dirt Rider Magazine Bike of the Year. For more on that, let's check out the Beta 300 RR.
Well, Beta's been involved in the enduro market for a couple of years now. They've had four strokes. Obviously, the heritage of the brand is in trials, so it's kind of a natural step that at some point they would come out with a two-stroke. We really didn't know it was going to be this good. So 2013 was the first year for the Beta two-stroke line. They have a 250 and a 300 RR, and to be honest, both bikes are pretty stinking good. We were surprised. I mean, Dirt Rider, we test everything, you know, off-road bikes, moto bikes, four-stroke, two-stroke, small bore, big bore, whatever. And our expectations were mixed for the Beta. We love the Beta four-strokes. They're typically good bikes. And as far as the exotic brands go, probably the most normal feeling. So we knew the two-strokes were going to be good. But first day out testing the bikes, we were like, holy smokes, these things are really sick. So spent some time on the 300, and it's a pretty good first-year effort from Beta. in stock form, it's a super competitive endurocross bike just because the power is like really torquey down low, but also it doesn't vibrate too much if you rev it out. So, you know, endurocross, every track is different. It's kind of mixed, but for the Moto-E sections, you can ride the thing, you can pin it, you know, a lot of clutch, and then for the tough stuff, you can put it in a high gear, lug it through the rocks, it gets through pretty good. I think the standout thing with the Beta for sure is just the motor is proprietary Beta. It's not a KTM motor or gas motor, it's a Beta motor. And the motor works great. At the same time, you can click up a few gears, wind it out. You know, we took the thing out to the desert and it's pretty impressive. It doesn't really buzz and rattle and vibrate like some other 300s have. You know, really it's pretty cool for just the average rider to see a Beta. It's out of the box performance. You could just get one of those things from a dealer, slap numbers on it, go race an endurocross, and you'd be okay. Bike of the Year is an annual thing we do at Dirt Rider that really is about innovation. I mean, if you look at past Bike of the Year candidates, you know, the Cannondale's been Bike of the Year. Obviously that thing's not still around, but you know, Bike of the Year doesn't mean that it's the best bike out there. Just like you can have a racer who's Rookie of the Year, doesn't mean he's a champion. You know, giving a bike Bike of the Year doesn't mean it's going to win every shootout, but it's certainly a nod to the brand that they put the time, the development into it. And for us, you know, it was a pretty clear decision once we rode the Beta. Just seeing the performance out of the bike in the first year, it's impressive enough for sure to get the Bike of the Year nod. I mean, we're 100% confident calling it Bike of the Year, just because anybody who doubts that can go ride the thing and see that it works really well all around. For a first year, the Beta's pretty strong. You know, just speaking to Beta as a brand, I think they're in a really good position. I mean, you could look at Beta and you could say, hey, they're in the same spot that KTM was at 8-10 years ago. They've got a strong lineup of riders too. I mean, Cody Webb's doing great things for the brand just because he's out there getting top threes on the bike all the time. You have a younger guy like Max Gersten who's competitive in the junior championship at EnduroCross. He's a heck of a rider too, and I think Beta's doing what they need to do, just getting the bike on the podium in the top 5, just in the results mix, which is really good. You know, a lot of guys know of Beta, maybe they've never ridden one or got a buddy that has ridden one or something, but the more they see it out on the track, see Cody Webb winning on the thing, it's going to be good for the brand, and ultimately it's good for the sport, just because it's more bikes out there that are competitive.
Beta, a brand that known more for its trials bikes, but certainly making great inroads here with the regular dirt bikes, and that 300RR has a shot at winning the race tonight. Let us know what you think. Hashtag EnduroCross Live. Hit us up.
Yeah, a lot of good feedback from the readers. We had some folks on the MotorTrend YouTube channel asking about 2-strokes and 4-strokes. And, you know, it's a tricky thing. I mean, that question, 4-strokes, a lot of traction and pretty luggable motors, but also the 2-strokes are so light, Jason.
Even the 300. And what's interesting to me that you notice the lack of vibration when the traditional 252 strokes. So when you go to the 300, that's often something that plagues the bikes, huh?
Yeah, and something about the Beta 2 vibrates a little bit less than a KTM 300, just kind of the frame geometry.
We'll see how that pays off here. Remember, it's EnduroCross Live. Hashtag follow us there, and we'll have more racing when we come back, including the Amateur Open, and of course, our Pro main event. Stay with us.
The fastest name in radio control.
One and done. It's a drag race show. Everything about the race is negotiable.
Where's you going? I'm down for 6 in the jump.
Start race, man. Perfect. Morgan, hit the line.
One negotiation, one race with everything on the line. If you win 10 races on one and done, you get an extra $50,000 bonus. See you at the track.
One and Done, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Only on MAV TV.
There you go. I'm hoping that she's texting us just at the hashtag EnduroCross Live thing. I don't need my wife to be wondering who's texting me while I'm out here in Vegas, but I'm just saying, support the series.
Yeah, she just sent us a tweet, actually, and it was LOL OMG. That's not a real question, so we're not going to answer.
Wow. I laughed out loud. We are ready. We got a couple other events coming up here as you're watching the opening round of this Geico EnduroCross Series. Not only our pro class, but this is our amateur open division. We'll also have a women's class coming up. Explain the amateur main event and the type of riders that we're going to see here, Chris.
Well, right now, Jason, these are the guys who are gunning for the pro class. It's kind of a feeder class to that, and a lot of talent. You know, Ty Collins is back, Ty Tremaine. Some of those guys already racing the trials cross class, but right now the amateurs are, I don't want to say squirrely compared to the other guys, but you will see more mistakes.
We don't want to say that the amateurs are amateurs or anything like that, but it should be interesting to see the difference. Maybe not even in speed, because I'm sure these guys go fast, but you might see a little more action as far as crashes and mistakes here, which we're not going to complain about that.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'll tell you what, whoever wins this class will earn it.
Okay, we're ready to go for their main event. Riders in this one include Tyler Murray, Mike Martin, Stephen Ford, Ty Collins, Kyle Deans, Ty Tremaine, David Broderick, Justin Morgan, Justin and Gavin McCarty, and Evan Kelly. Man, slip sliding through that first turn.
Looks like David Broderick out front, 19 years old from Glendale, Arizona. And, smooth rider. We've seen him out there before, and he's got a good style, but he's got to keep it up.
Man, and you see what we're talking about. A rider goes down in those whoops. We got a battle on our hands for the lead, though. And this is what's going to happen. You're going to see some crashes for sure in this amateur race. That's what happens in any EnduroCross level. But certainly here, you got some young, excitable talent over the bars. Goes our leader. Trying to figure out the number on that one who had gone down there. So from first to worst, just like that. Almost impossible to keep up with the action. Now we got another rider down in that firewood section. It's the Moose Racing firewood section. Just carnage everywhere. And this is exactly what we thought was going to happen. Not good for the riders, but we like it.
Yeah, big drama right now, and I think a lot of these guys' problem right now, Jason, is that they've been sitting around since they qualified this morning. And then you come out, there's a big crowd, you know, the noise, the lights, they feel like they're Supercross riders right now.
Evan Kelly is up to the number 2 spot on the 710 Honda. Gavin McCarthy is third on the 514 KTM, but right now David Broderick has had the least crazy stuff happen, and that's why he's in the lead. I don't even know if it's about speed anymore. It's just about staying up. Justin Morgan in the Yamaha here in third, making a run for it.
Yeah, staying up for sure, and attrition plays a big part in it too. These guys are probably college students, you know, they work full-time, not really out there training like Mike Brown does for them.
Yeah, this is just a run what you going to be tired after this, even though they might be a little bit younger, probably half the age of Mike Brown. Fitness goes a long way. Watching Gavin McCarthy move up to the number 2 spot on the 514. He's on a run here from the back. Took advantage of some of that carnage, now able to move up to second. Tyler Murray in third at 51.
You know, we were talking about earlier how important the start is to an EnduroCross successful main event. And in this case, the amateurs, I think you do want to get out front because a lot of the guys, we saw the mistakes on that first lap. Call it nerves, call it luck, call it whatever you want, but you don't want to get caught up in those crashes on the first lap of the race.
Broderick continues to roll out front, so we'll focus on a little bit further back. 514, Gavin McCarthy through the rock garden. Oh, wait a minute, Broderick has gotten stuck in there, and here comes that 514, putting the pressure on. Broderick able to get back going, almost down in the Moose Racing firewood section. Now more carnage, and he has got to pull his way through this. It's like a darn car crash out there with just stuff strewn all over the place. No rubbernecking, go straight, go through it.
Yeah, and I'm going to pick on Broderick a little bit right now. If you watch his riding style, folks, you know, pretty tight, pretty tense. He's got what we call arm pump, and that's basically your arms feel like they are made of cement. He's not really pinching with his knees, probably using the clutch a lot, and it's just extreme fatigue in the arms, which is a difficult thing to overcome because you can't really recover from it without stopping and breathing and not riding a broken wheels.
Yeah, everything about this is only going to make it worse. The only good news, he only has one turn separating him from the win, but he has to get through the rock garden. Doors open. Stealing the lead is the 51 of Tyler Murray, the Canadian, through the firewood, and he takes the win.
Wow,
he
good
led
pass.
no part of this race except the last corner.
Solid ride for the 20-year-old. He did what he needed to do.
Woo! And Broderick, normally he'd be happy with a solid run for second, but he's going to think of this one as the race that got away. Gavin McCarthy is going to finish third. Well done, Tyler Murray. And we'll be back with more after this amateur mode event. Well, that just set the scene for more great racing when we return.
Wish I was made of money.
I wish you were too.
Chances are you're not made of money, so don't overpay for motorcycle insurance. Geico Motorcycle. See how much you could save.
Back to Geico EnduroCross here live from the Orleans Arena. And we're going to talk to our Amateur Open winner, Tyler Murray, on the podium.
Tyler, he's been experienced. He's been at EnduroCross before. Did you know what to expect coming out for this track?
Yeah, I was thinking it'd be pretty gnarly, and they definitely came through with that rock corner. It's actually got a lot of flow as well. It's pretty fun.
Now, you said that you want to make a full effort at this for this year. What's that going to take for you?
Really just gotta make sure I can afford to go to every race.
So we need some money. We need some sponsors for Tyler is what we need to do. Well, Tyler, who do you want to thank?
I want to give a big shout out to Riders and Two Trick Suspension.
All right, well, guys, hold your trophies up high. I'm going to get out of the way for our open amateur class. In third place, Gavin McCarthy. In second, David Broderick. And your winner, number 51, Tyler Murray. Good job, guys. Let's go back up to you.
All right, congrats out to Tyler Murray. Good job down there wrangling it all, Lorette, because there's certainly a wide variety of classes and riders. Tonight, David Broderick takes second, Gavin McCarthy third, Morgan and Ford round out the top five. Give a little replay of some of the action here in this amateur open event. It definitely was exciting to watch.
What we're looking at now is the very last corner coming into the finish, and Tyler Murray just charged right in there. He saw the opening, he took it, Jason.
That's it. He led about 100 feet of this entire race, but it was the one that counted. They'll never know the difference. It just says a W in the record books, and maybe Tyler Murray could be one to watch in the future in the pro class. And speaking of the pro class, we're going to bring those riders back out for their hot laps. Explain the format here, Chris.
Man, this is a fun change. I'm excited for this part. This is quite possibly the most exciting portion of the evening aside from the pro main event. So basically the hot laps are a qualifying system, one rider at a time, one lap around the track. Fastest guy wins, gets the first gate pick. It's pretty simple, so we're only going to see one rider out there, but strategy plays into it too, because you want to get out front, you want to get a good gate pick.
Yeah, we talk a lot about how the trials riders aren't used to maybe bar-to-bar type racing. Typical enduro racing is timed as well, so often don't have that. Now in EnduroCross, everyone has gotten used to riding bar-to-bar, so how different is it to go out there and ride solo one time?
You know, it's a lot different. I mean, the pressure's off in a way because you're not worried about the other riders, but really you want to get out there and post a good time. And
You know, on the EnduroCross Live hashtag, we just got a good comment from Corey Freeman on the MotorTrend YouTube channel asking what part of the course are the pros scared of the most, and I think the answer is twofold. And you see trials guys, they're kind of scared of the start. They're not used to the traffic. A guy like Max Gersten, he's scared of the rocks getting stuck. He didn't want anything to slow him down, and right now I think he's going to post a good time.
Man, you can see how hard they push when they only have to do it for one lap. Max Gersten, the first one out. Now, these are the riders that have all already qualified for the main event, racing for gate pick, and certainly some pride and confidence as well. Gersten letting it all hang out.
Yeah, Gersten's got a fun riding style. He's an aggressive rider. He's a young guy, very fit, and he pins it. He looks like he's having fun when he's riding. A lot of pros, Jason, taking that left-hand line through the rocks. I think because it sets him up well for this corner.
Yeah, got the angle there, but not able to get through there. And there you go, using the dab technique to get through. Certainly aggressive enough. I don't know what the time is going to be. It's 45.2. I don't know if that's going to hold up or not, but it was definitely fun to watch, like you said. He looked like he had a good time.
Yeah, he's playing with it. Max at this point is just very happy to be in the main event. 45 is a respectable time. Like we talked about, the track's chewed up a little. And this man, Destry Abbott, you know, we just got a call out from the Navy SEALs down in San Diego. They're huge fans of Destry. He's been down to Coronado to train with those guys. He's run the Oak Course before. And Destry's a charger. I mean, how can you not like him? Captain handsome, Captain tough. He's really good at desert. He's flying right now.
And a good family man as well. I always get nervous, though, when I know the Navy SEALs are watching us. I hope that I don't do anything because, you know, you don't want to get on their bad side. And they are watching, so be careful. Now, Destry's going to make them happy, though. He was very fast, actually, this afternoon in a hot lap session that we had then to determine the heat race gate picks, and he's going good now.
Yeah, absolutely. Destry's a very smart rider. He puts himself in a good position. Spoke too soon.
Yes.
Tips over the rocks.
Smart rider. The announcing crew, not so sure.
So much. I'll take the blame for that one. He's still in the main event, though.
Yeah, I think you just jinxed him there a little bit. Destry will be back, and he'll be fine once he's in for the main. That cost him a 52nd lap time. That's second right now behind Gersten. But, yeah, if you're Destry, you're just happy to still be out there racing, man. So the hot seat right now for Max Gersten.
Yeah, he's happy to be up there. He's smiling, but still thinking about the main event. Right now, Jamie lands on that 125 two-stroke. This kid's aggressive and, you know, very good ride for him as well, just making the main event on that two-stroke.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if these riders will have what it takes speed-wise to hold up for the very top time. But it's cool for Gersten to get a little experience sitting in the hot seat, hanging out with three of the Monster Girls. Lanza would like a spot up there as well, so he's going for it.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's got that bike working well. I mean, if you can just hear the two-stroke out there by himself, it's a really fun noise. And, you know, over at Dirt Rider, we do a ton of two-stroke content, and we're getting a lot of comments right now from the two-stroke lovers in the crowd for sure.
Now, is there any spot where this 125 might actually have an advantage? Obviously, it's light.
Yeah, it's light. You know, he's getting caught up a little bit right now, but the thing's not going to wear you out as quickly. If you have a 450, it's a lot of weight, and we'll watch Colton Haker here in a minute. He's on that Honda 450, and honestly, it's a lot of bike for him.
A 51 for Lanza, so that will put him up third. Abbott was second, and Gersten is still on the hot seat. And now it's the 324 Gary Sutherland. We talked about him quite a bit earlier in the show. Let's see if he can put that 324 into the top spot.
Gary's on today, Jason. He's riding really aggressively, and just looks like he's having fun, throwing the style out.
Yeah, well, you're not kidding that he is on right now. I don't know if we have splits or anything like that, but I would say this is the quickest we've seen anyone get through this first half of the lap.
Now, an interesting point is the tires that these guys are running. It's a funny combination of Trials tire, which are banned for EnduroCross competition. So it's kind of a moto compound, or moto pattern with a Trials compound, pretty squishy. And just watch Gary.
And man, Sutherland had a great run going until this Geico rock guard caught him, and now it's completely come undone. Although essentially, once you've gotten stopped there for maybe 5 or 10 seconds, it's over anyway. As far as a chance to get the top time, there is Sutherland. He sure looked strong, except for that one mistake.
Yeah, it's tough to see, but you can actually see large spots of oil in that section from where guys have tipped over, maybe broken a case or two just throughout the day, all the qualifying. And Gersten throwing out the love for the sponsors. The kid, he's a PR machine.
Take advantage. Yeah, okay, now here comes one of the veterans, the number 4, Jeff Aaron. Finished second in this championship a couple times, has won a race before, and he, of course, is a 10-time AMA National Trials champ. He can go. Now, last year struggled in the series, had a shoulder injury for most of the year. Talked to him this afternoon. He's back and he's 100%. Let's see what Jeff can do.
Now Jeff's got an interesting technique over the Recluse Mountain right here. He's been wheeling, kind of manual, BMX style off, and then just charging down the backside.
Wow, putting the power to the ground on that KTM 350. Everyone choosing the inside line through that rock garden. And he gets through it beautifully. This could be the best time so far. Jeff Aaron, the 40-year-old. Let's see what he does, a 44.2. So he edges out Gersten. Good job by Max Gersten to get that sponsor plug in, because that was his last hurrah up there. He's got to head back, and Jeff Aaron will now have the opportunity to hang out on the podium.
Yeah, and also let's think about what this means in the greater context of the race. That's a good starting position for Jeff Aaron, which he needs. He wants to get out in front of Taddy, Brownie. He wants to be in the mix, because ultimately a podium is what that guy's goal is.
Here is the number 7 of Kyle Redmond.
And Kyle's charging. You know, it was great to see him come into that main event and qualify. And right now for the hot lap, I think he's a solid top 5 guy. We've seen him on the podium before, and he's riding KTM 350 this year. A little bit of a switch. He was on Husqvarna's last year, and if anybody's going to get through clean every single lap of the main, I think this guy can do it.
Man, beautiful job through there, able to keep it on 2 wheels. I don't know if it was quite as clean as Aaron. Let's see what the time is. And a 42.2 by 2 seconds. Redmond is going to take the top spot, and Jeff Aaron says, well, that didn't last long. So Kyle Redmond, they continue to step up. He is now on the hot seat, and here comes Haker on that 450 Honda.
Yeah, Colton struggled a little bit earlier in the hot lap, stalled.
Same thing.
Exactly that same spot. He posted a 44 earlier and had to kick 6 times. So, you know, same problem Jeff Aaron had with that bike last year, just struggles to keep it running. Obviously he's angry, but heck, he's still in the main event.
What do you think could be the cause of that? Some of the guys I know run the Recluse automatic clutch. Is there anything you can do to prevent that from happening?
You can turn the idle up high, but then you run the risk of the bike running hot. So Colton right now, I mean, it's a finicky motorcycle. It's fuel injected. The Hondas are very, very strong motocross bikes, but EnduroCross just taxes him super hard, and I think he's wishing he had the electric start from the Honda 450Ms right now.
Yeah, absolutely. Extra weight or not, it would certainly have helped him on this lap. So now it's just going to be a freestyle show. Haker knows it's over as far as scoring a top time. He's got to hope that doesn't happen in the main event.
Yeah, I hope not. You know, Colton's a guy that can win EnduroCross. He's proven it before, Jason, but needs to eliminate mistakes like that. Stalling, it's a tough thing, and that's an advantage of a 2-stroke. They fire a lot easier, but 4-stroke, you know, the Honda, he's going to be getting good starts on that thing no matter where he gates.
Yeah, not going to have a good gate pick here, but you're right. He's got the horsepower to overcome that. That's 7th, over a minute lap time for Haker. That is in no way indicative of what he can do. There's Redmond still on the hot seat, and here comes Justin Soleil, the number 6 Monster Energy Kawasaki.
Good triple through the matrix there. Justin was looking strong earlier, maybe not as aggressive as we've seen out of him before, but still a super solid rider. And if this guy gets a whole shot in the main, he's tough to pass. He's not the biggest guy, but he's very, very tenacious.
He was fast early in his heat race until a mistake ended up putting him in the LCQ, and then you're right, I think he was back in a conservative mode there. This is a good smooth run though, error-free so far.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's preferring that same line that the other guys are, but when it comes to the race, these guys will go anywhere, because the key to EnduroCross, you really don't want to follow.
This section has been the difference maker, this Geico Rock Garden, and Soleil could still have a shot at a good time here. Let's see what he gets. That is going to be good enough for 4th. So Kyle Redmond, they continue to click off the contenders, and he stays up. We're about halfway through the field already.
So what do you think, Jason? We saw Kyle get through that rock turn, probably smoother than anybody. You think that's the reason he's sitting in the hot seat?
Yeah, I mean, you saw the difference between here and Aaron. I'm going to guess that 2 seconds right there. Aaron did a good job through there, but Redmond did a great one. Here is Graf under now on the 118, one of the biggest riders out here. And although I still feel like I announced this when this first started here at the Orleans, one of the biggest differences to me is, again, the charging between the obstacles, not just getting over the obstacles anymore. That's not enough. You've got to go fast everywhere.
Yeah, very aggressive, and I would say let's blame that on Taddy. He has elevated the speed of the sport just to new levels, and if Corey can get through this clean, he's got a good shot at the top lap.
And he did. That's the best we've seen anyone get through that rock garden, and he leaps over the firewood. That might be enough for the 118. Yes, Corey Graf under with a 40.3 bumps Kyle Redmond off of the podium. So Graf under 40.3, that's going to be hard for anyone to top. But if anyone can do it, here comes Mike Brown.
Yeah, Brownie just charging today. He's very fit, and first thing, I was standing with him when he saw this track. He looked at it and said, man, I'm going to go faster. This is a jumpy track.
Brown over jumping those tractor tires there. As aggressive as it gets, the 2001 AMA 125 National Motocross Champion. He's won Supercross races on a 125. He's won an EnduroCross before, of course, in the X Games. He's a former Works champion, a contender on everything, and this might be the best lap yet, but the Rock Garden, of course, is the difference factor here.
Yeah, new line. He didn't hug that inside, too, and I think that was a smart move on Brown's part.
And over the firewood and through the finish. Let's see what Mike Brown gets. A 40.1 by 0.2 of a second. He bumps Corey Graffunder off of the podium. Graffunder's pumped on that himself.
Yeah, he's very pumped. You know, these guys are friends off the track, but on the track, they want to win just as much as anybody does.
Might be a little different when they're out there racing handlebar to handlebar, as the 33 and Taylor Robert is the next to roll out.
Taylor, very smooth style. We saw him take that get off in practice. He crashed pretty hard. He was limping a little bit, but doesn't seem to be slowing him down. You know, he attacks the course. He really gets it. Watch his corner speed, Jason, some of these turns where there's no obstacle. He just flows.
Almost like a motocrosser there. He makes up time in those sections. Beautiful over that recluse mountain. And now into the Rock Garden. All the way over on the side of the course, just trying to find some new uncharted territory. Perfect.
The firewood section is tricky as well, Jason, because the stuff moves underneath you. It's a very shifty surface, and a lot of these guys going straight down the center. We saw Mike Brown take that line earlier.
Brown holds on to the #1 spot. Now, Robert's run was good, but that's only enough for 4th. Brown, Graffunder, Redmond, and Robert all strong here, but here comes Cody Webb, the man who just a few weeks ago in Brazil took it to Tadej Brzuziak at the X Games. Passed him not once, not twice, but 3 times in the main event on that 300 two-stroke beta. A lot of things going the way of the #2 right now.
Yeah, bold move just there. You know, Cody just did something that was very telling. He quadded out of the matrix. A little bit risky at this point in a hot lap. It's kind of a toss-up to do it, but he's leaving it all out there. He wants to beat Tadej like we talked about. He's working on that aggressiveness, and I think that's a glimpse inside of the trials rider's head. He's really not leaving anything behind.
Exactly. He's marrying that technical excellence of being a trials rider with some real aggression here. But he's got to get through the Rock Garden. Not too bad. And then all the way over the firewood and through. Let's see what the time is. Second, 1/10 of a second behind Mike Brown. So Mike Brown holds on to the #1 spot by 1/10 of 40.1 over Webb's 40.2. And now Tadej Brzuziak.
We'll see some strategy here. It's tough to be the last rider to go because all eyes are on you. He wants to beat Mike Brown right now, and I think that it's kind of a mind game going into the main event. If Brownie holds that top lap, it's going to get inside of Tadej's head a little bit.
Tadej has certainly had to deal with the pressure the last 4 years, champion of this series. And then he did win the X Games there a couple weeks ago in Brazil, but those courses are a little bit different, a little bit tighter and more technical here. Good run so far for Tadej, but you got to get through the rocks.
Yeah, the rocks are tricky. This corner's been biting everybody. We'll see what Tadej does. Kind of hugs that inside, but he gets through it quick.
And over the firewood, here we go. Will it be enough? No, a 40.2 again, so 1/10 of a second behind. And Mike Brown is your champion of the hot laps. So send it down to the Lorette.
Mike Brown on the factory DTM 40.110 is going to be second with the 40.2. And Cody Webb also with the 40.2. Did you guys enjoy that hot lap? The expert pro hot lap brought to you by Drift.
Good job. All right, Mike Brown, you are king of the castle right now on top of the podium. You grab the hot lap. You're going to grab first gate pick. After watching everyone out here, do you know what you have to do in order to be right back here?
Just do every lap like that there. But no, it's just being smart. Get a good start. Make every obstacle the best I can, and make it through them without getting stuck, and got a good chance of being back up here.
Are you calm or excited, nervous? What goes through your mind heading into the main event?
Tonight I'm ready to go. Sometimes I'm a little bit off, but tonight it's I'm firing on all cylinders.
Ooh, Mike Brown says he's ready. Mike Brown, best of luck. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Thanks everybody for coming out. Hope you have a good night.
All right, guys, let's go back up to you.
Well, welcome back. We'll show you the results here of the hot lap. Look at how close it was. 1/10 of a second separates Brown from first and from third place. That's unbelievable. Then it's Graffunder, Redmond. All those riders had great times. That's just one little mistake to make all the difference there. So this is going to be exciting going to the main event. Now it is time for our women's class. Chris, we're joined by a rider who probably would be up front. Were she able to race tonight?
Yeah, Louise Forsley's here. Louise, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
Unfortunately, not able to race. Explain why.
I was training a month ago, getting ready for X Games, and I was on the EnduroCross track, and I just tipped over, kind of going a little fast, and twisted my foot, and then the bike landed on it and twisted all the way and popped my fibula, so I cracked that.
When do you think you'll be able to be back and race one of these?
Well, I'm planning on going to X Games Barcelona in 2 weeks, so yeah, that's my plan.
So from the boot to the riding boot in 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'll just wrap it up and go for it.
There we go. That's the spirit of it. And we've got our women's class on the gate right now. This one should be exciting to watch. The number 1 on the inside is Maria Forsberg, multi-time GNCC champ, and she runs the number 1 plate here, winning the EnduroCross of the X Games the last couple of times in the U.S., and the battle is on. This should be a good one.
Yeah, Forsberg getting out there early, that's exactly what what she wants to do is get out front, get a good start. You know, Louise, how is it racing against a girl like Maria?
Oh, she's so tough. She's just, she's mentally in the zone the whole time, and she charges and stays up for the most part. So it's getting a little
and just to
squirrely,
say that
though.
she goes down, Morgan Tank is the one that's taking the lead in the 31, and Forsberg cannot get to her machine because she crashed in one of the worst spots to crash on that Recluse Mountain. So the 31 of Morgan Tank is your leader right now out of Riverside, California, just 16 years of age.
Yeah, that's tricky. That's hard to recover from a crash that big. But we've seen anything happen in Endurocross, and you know, she's down, not out. But right now, Morgan's posting a pretty solid lap. She's looking smooth.
You mentioned that mentally tough thing. So many of the riders have told me about you're going to make mistakes. The hardest thing is to not get discouraged and not get your heart rate up too high when that happens.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like you just got to pick your bike up and get going as quick as possible, but put it in the past and forget about it and focus on the next obstacle that's coming up.
Chantel Bykirk up to the number 2 position. She's one of the favorites here on number 3. So she'll definitely be one to watch here as she tries to go after Morgan Tank. You see the course rerouted in a couple of sections for the women's class. Oh no, and your leader is down in that firewood section. So Bykirk is going to take the lead now as we're at the halfway mark of a 4-lap race. I think that's Shelby Turner on the number 50 into the number 2 position. And she's put the pressure on.
Now, Louise, it's tough to sit and watch on the sidelines, obviously, but looking at this track, spectating, what do you think is the most difficult part from a women's perspective?
You know what, there's really nothing that's too difficult on this track. It's pretty low-key, even like they have those helpers in the matrix. Probably this turn and the tires would be a little difficult. I guess that's just like keeping it flowing the whole time because it is like easily put together, so.
Forsberg up to the number 5 position, so she's basically gotten through half of the field. And remember, the leaders, they could run into the same trouble she did, especially as the good lines in this Geico Rock Garden have been taken away with riders down. Watch 217 Yamaha. Oh, and our leader, Bykirk, on the number 3, has her problems, and now it's the 50 of Turner. Also want to watch the 3rd place rider, 217, Rachel Kudish on the Yamaha. She was in contention as well. This could be a dream ride for Shelby Turner.
Yeah, Turner's looking solid right now. That's where you want to be, and it's no small thing to lead the women's class. I mean, we've seen it X Games, super competitive, and it's a pretty stacked field. I got to ask you too, Louise. We saw Layla Sands out there just smoke the competition at the International X Games in Brazil. You haven't raced against her, but undoubtedly you will at some point. What do you think of her?
In the past years, I've ridden a lot of trials competitions against her, and she's always smoked me in trials. She's kind of untouchable when it comes to trials, but I'm going to put that out of my mind for Endurocross and use my skills, my hopefully more moto skills against her, and look forward to the challenge.
Here it is, the number 50 going to take the checkered flag and the win. Shelby Turner on the KTM, the Canadian, 17 years old. So we got a lot of young talent here, and Forsberg opened the door up with a big mistake on the first lap, and then it was just carnage after that. Turner did the best job. I didn't see any major mistakes.
Yeah, it was tough. She didn't get around Gudish for 3rd.
Absolutely. So that's it. We'll be right back with more.
Series champ, Maria Forsberg, salvages the 4th.
Wish I was made of money.
I wish you were too.
chances are you're not made of money. So don't overpay for motorcycle insurance. Geico Motorcycle. See how much you could save.
We're back. It has been a great night of EnduroCross racing here, and we just wrapped the women's main event, and we got a surprise winner with Shelby Turner, the Canadian, rode through the carnage, kept her cool, and she's up on the podium with Lorette.
And she is down there on the podium with her winners.
And I am standing next to this lady with a beautiful smile on her face. Shelby, you just killed that track, man. You just had to come through so much adversity. Tell us about the training you've been doing leading up to Vegas.
Well, I'm still in school, so I've been trying to train as much as I can while going to school. I've been riding with my family quite a bit at our EnduroCross track in Canada, and just loving every minute of it.
Have you been riding in the snow up in Canada?
Sometimes the weather is a little bit iffy.
Who do you want to thank?
I'd like to thank Lethbridge KTM Canada, Golden Tires, they're hooking up amazing. RMR Fox Racing Suspensions, my suspension was awesome tonight. And just everybody who came out and put on this great event, thanks.
Excellent job, ladies. I'm going to get out of the way so we can celebrate our women's podium. In third place, Rachel Gudish. In second, Chantel Bykirk. And your winner.
There was your podium, Shelby Turner taking the win. Chantel Bykirk second on the number 3. She had a lead in this one. Just one mistake bumped her down to second. And Rachel Gudish coming from behind to finish third. And a rough one for the 411 of Maria Forsberg, not up on the podium tonight. And these races count for points this year, so it's going to be a come-from-behind run if she wants to do any damage in the series. And Turner's off to a great start. Pro main event will be coming up next. You've got to know what Arena Cross is all about, from hot laps through the other classes, but really, you haven't seen anything until we race for points in round 1 in our main event. This is going to be awesome.
No, this is it, and I'll tell you what, Jason, these guys have something to prove. It's the first round of the series, and you really want to make a statement, come out strong. That's what Colton Haker did last year with a win in Vegas, and Cody Webb, he just wants to beat that guy to his left, but Taddy, he's flying today.
Absolutely. Cody Webb on the number 2 has basically done everything you can do in EnduroCross but win one of these main events. He's finished second in points. He's won heat races. He's had hot lap leads. He's challenged and passed Blazuzziak at times. He's led plenty of laps. Could tonight be the night that Cody Webb on the beta finally breaks through and gets that main event win? Here is your lineup for our pro main event. On the number 1, Taddy Blazuzziak. Webb on the number 2. Mike Brown, the number 3. Jeff Aaron, number 4. Justin Soleil, number 6. Kyle Redmond, number 7. Destry Abbott, number 8. Colton Haker, number 10. Max Gersten, 15. Taylor Robert, 33. Corey Graffunders, 118. Jamie Lanza on the number 125. And Gary Sutherland on the number 324. These, of course, seeded by those hot laps. Mike Brown has the best gate pick. Let's see if it pays off. And it does. Brown's going to grab the whole shot and lead them in. And Blazuzziak is right there, and so is Destry Abbott in third.
Huge jump by Brown. You saw that first 5 feet out of the gate. He was just a bike length ahead of everybody else. And I think he's focused tonight. He's obviously gelling with his bike pretty well. And you know, this is kind of Taddy's plan, is get out front early. We'll see if he can get around Brownie, because Brownie's not going to let him by without a fight.
How about Haker up to the number 4 spot on that Honda? Didn't stall it this time, trying to go after Abbott to take over third. So it's a pair of KTM 350s up front. Brown was running a 250F in the past, switching to the 350 this year, and so far so good, leading Taddy Blazuzziak and the rest of the field on lap 1.
And there's always a debate, Jason, whether you want to lead a race or be the guy in second, kind of waiting to pressure the leader into a mistake. And I think in this case, Mike Brown's doing it right. He doesn't want to be following anybody. He's setting the tempo right now and pulling away from Taddy a little bit, looking strong.
No problem for Mike Brown. That's nothing. This guy's gone real fast on a lot of motocross tracks for a long time. A little kick over a double is not going to scare him. I believe Hager has now secured that number 3 spot. We'll focus in on Taddy, your series champion, in the number 2 position.
Yeah, and you'll see why Taddy is such a weapon on a motorcycle. He just keeps driving forward. Feet come off, elbows flying. He doesn't care. Momentum is his key for sure.
What kind of fitness do you have to ride that way? There's really nothing smooth about what he's doing right now.
As long as you have lungs the size of bagpipes, I think you're okay.
There is Hager in 3rd. Graf under up to the number 4 spot. Where is Cody Webb? 7th right now. So a bad start for the number 2, and that might cost him dearly, but in endurocross, you know mistakes can and will happen. That could open up the door. There he goes by, now the 7th of Redmond. Then I believe that was 33 of Taylor Robert.
Yeah, Cody's in a tough position. He's in 5th place. He's got 2 very tough riders in front of him. He's got to get around Corey Graf under and Colton Hager.
Oh, Blazusiak and Hager having their troubles in 2nd and 3rd, and that's going to allow Brown to further extend the lead. And you can see now that you can't see Brown. Blazusiak cannot even find the leader. He's 2 straightaways ahead.
Yeah, Taddy right now is 3 seconds back from Mike Brown. Brownie's throwing down the good laps, and if he can do that the whole race, I don't know if Taddy can catch him. This might be Brown's first win tonight if he stays that solid.
It could come down to a mistake. I don't know if Blazusiak can go fast enough to just catch him straight up on lap times. This is going to be interesting. Brown now having his problem with the rocks, quickly recovers. They tell me he's got the Recluse automatic clutch in that bike, so he doesn't have to worry about stalling it. Blazusiak chooses not to run it, which certainly raises a degree of difficulty. Why would a rider not want to run the automatic clutch?
You know, some riders don't prefer the feel of a Recluse automatic clutch. They want a manual clutch, which Recluse also makes. But look at how far ahead Mike Brown is. You know, it's 2 full corners ahead of Taddy. Taddy might start freaking out pretty quickly.
Yeah, we might see something, an edge that we haven't seen at any other point today. Hager and Graf under trying to keep the 2 KTM riders honest. Hager closing the gap. Now, what can Blazusiak do? He's actually getting caught by the 3rd place rider. Brown is getting away. What can he do to close the gap?
Well, he's going to start taking risks, and I think that's holding it wide open, blitzing across things. You know, watch him in the matrix section after the finish line. But also, he's got to hope some of these lappers get in the way.
Sorry to interrupt there. He runs into trouble in the rock guard. He was closing in on Blazusiak, still solid in the number 3 position. And look who's coming in the number 4 spot on the number 2.
Cruz and Cody is picking people off. This is a long race. I think Cody can get up on the podium, but to get around Brown right now, he's going to have to see a major mistake out of the KTM rider.
Hard to believe at this point the game has become so refined that the start is a huge factor, but that's the difference. Brown got the good gate pick with that hot lap, got the whole shot, and has not been headed since. Cody Webb, a terrible start, and he has his work cut out for him. And Hager and Blazusiak somewhere in between.
Yeah, Brownie, a solid motocross rider. He was a national motocross champion. And speaking of motocrossers, we got Justin Brayton in the house hanging out before Supercross, watching a little off-road racing.
Yeah, all right. He's probably going to watch this and want to start doing it. I know he's a big-time mountain biker himself. He's got the lungs for it. Brown, 41 years of age now, showing that it can be done. You can teach the old dog new tricks. But now he's got to deal with lap traffic, so that's another trick he's going to have to master.
Yeah, we are 6 laps in right now, and Brownie is just getting started. You see him passing Corey Graf under, lapping him right here. Getting caught up on the inside.
Good job of the 15 there. Gerst completely wheeling his way through. Brown able to thread the needle through some of this traffic. That could be Blazusiak's last chance to go after Brown if one of these lap riders takes him out.
Yeah, Brownie's got his head down. He's focused. He's pinning it right now, and he's taking really smart lines, too.
There's Cody Webb on a charge from the back. He's trying to get that red machine in front of him, the Honda number 10 of Colton Hager for that podium spot. Remember, it's a 7-race series championship. You do have to think points. A 3rd place would be a good way to start the year, considering how bad the start was.
Yeah, absolutely. You need to take a long-term approach to it, too. For Cody, I mean, you can salvage a bad start. Obviously, he wasn't where he wanted to be off the line, but 4th place is solid. If you can creep up on the podium, even better. You know, we've seen in the championship before. It comes down to the final round in Las Vegas again.
every single point counts, and that's where Brownie's head is at too right now. But Cody, maybe it's not his night. He could still pull it off. Anything can happen. Stranger things have happened for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. There is no leader safe on an endurocross track. As much experience as Mike Brown has, he knows that these rock gardens could trap you at any moment, and he's got to deal with the lap traffic. And I've got to think at this point, everyone's fairly well tired.
Yeah, you'd think so, but also you get into a rhythm. And with Brownie, he's looking at the other riders not as competition, but just as moving obstacles, basically.
Mike Brown was fastest in the hot lap we ran this afternoon. Won his heat race, fastest in the hot lap we ran tonight, and has led so far every lap of the main event. He is in the zone tonight.
Yeah, maybe all that training's paying off. I mean, he'll go out, he'll hammer out a 65-mile road bike ride like it's nothing, Jason. The guy is super fit right now, and I think he's looking just to not make any mistakes and to keep that KTM out front.
You know, to have the motivation to keep trying new things and learning to succeed in them and not get discouraged, a lot of it comes from Mike Brown in the early 90s, showed real success as a motocrosser and then got out of the sport. Was struggling, retired for a few months, worked a regular job, and he said, I don't want to do that again. So he came back to racing, and he's now trying to hold off the regular job part of his life as long as possible. He's done a good job, and that's why he's motivated to work this hard. As for Blazuzziak, not so good here, not able to make up ground. In fact, you can see Hager on the 10 and the 2 of Webb are getting within sight of him. We got a battle.
Yeah, we do, and at this point, Jason, second place is completely attainable for Cody Webb. He gets around Colton, and Taddy just looks tired right now. You see his feet coming off the pegs a little bit. It's kind of seat bouncing stuff. That's a sign of a tired rider when he stops using his legs, and we haven't seen that out of Mike Brown, but these three guys, it's a freight train, and Cody Webb is on the move.
I don't think it's a matter of fitness. I just think that he has had to ride that ragged edge. You just see feet off the pegs, you get on the gas, you got to pull with your arms. Where Brown has not made those types of mistakes. I've got to think that each one of those errors adds up, maybe not even time-wise, but in the waste of energy.
Yeah, absolutely. We're 10 laps in at this point. You know, that's like doing a 50-meter underwater swim without taking a breath. I mean, these guys are cardiovascular systems just pushed to the max right now. We see Gary Sutherland kind of getting sideways. That's where the lappers play into it if Taddy gets caught up right now.
Unbelievable the amount of carnage down there. Now that is a yard sale. Brown has the spotlight on. He's a half away around on the final lap. Again, won his heat race, fastest in both hot lap sessions today. And will he win the main event? It sure looks good for the veteran out of Tennessee.
Yeah, and just a reminder, Mike Brown has won the Los Angeles X Games, but never an AMA EnduroCross Series. So this will be a big win for him if he takes the main tonight, Jason.
A long time coming for Mike Brown, but he's got to get through the rocks one last time. Maybe taking the edge off. Look how close Blazuzziak got. And now we have a rider almost down in front, but Brown is going to hang on and win the opener here at the Orleans. And look how close it was. Blazuzziak takes second. Well done by Hager to put it on the podium. I can't tell if he's pumped on third or bummed that he couldn't get Blazuzziak. We'll straighten it all out on the podium when we return.
It takes a lot of work, especially when it comes to keeping my engines lubricated. Whether it's motocross or endurocross, Lucas Oil Products give me what it takes to keep my engine alive. With the high intensity at which I take on each terrain, no other oil fits the high performance demands that I need to be on top of the podium. I'm Colton Haker, and the only oil I trust is Lucas.
One and done. It's a drag race show. Everything about the race is negotiable.
6 in the jump?
I'm down for 6 in the jump.
Stay there, perfect. More than hit the line.
One negotiation, one race with everything on the line. If you win 10 races on one and done, you get an extra $50,000 bonus. See you at the track.
One and Done, Thursdays, 8 p.m. Only on MAV TV. Chances are you're not made of money, so don't overpay for motorcycle insurance. Geico. See how much you could save.
The 2013 Geico AMA EnduroCross Series is brought to you by Geico. you can save money on motorcycle and ATV insurance, go to geico.com for info. By Moose Racing, with thousands of items from gaskets to gear, Moose has you covered. By Lucas Oil Products, makers of high-performance motorcycle oil. It works. And by Monster Energy, unleash the beast.
I just worried about the rock corner of the last lap, and I was behind somebody there, but that all went pretty smooth, and got the checker flag. You know, I've been looking for one of those normal wins besides the X Games, and this is a great way to start the year, and for sure FMF, KTM, my Dunlop tires get me off the gate like that, 100%, parts unlimited Thor. You know, those guys, none of us will be here for those people, you know, and I would for sure wouldn't be being with those guys that many years, and I want to say thanks to everybody who's been supporting me over 28 years.
And of course, Missy and the kids.
For sure, the kids, they're number one at home. Wish they was here, but that's what it's for.
Man, Brownie, is this momentum going to carry you for the rest of the season?
It is, for sure. You know, I was riding good in Brazil, you know. It's my fault that I messed the start up, but, you know, I feel like I've been going good in both rounds so far, so keep it going. You know, I know some stuff that I need to work on, but I've been training like an animal on a bicycle. I should be a bicycle racer right now instead of a motorcycle racer, but I'm ready. This is getting a good start and ready to go with the rest of the year.
Mike Brown, you are an animal. Congratulations. Your winner, Mike Brown. Don't go anywhere. Taddy Blazuziak. Watch my cords here. Hey, Taddy, come here, pal. Taddy, what a great race. A lot of effort goes into it. Are you thinking about the changes you want to make for Sacramento?
Yeah, for sure. You know, like I said, you know, we had some few parts, you know, in the sprint event that we could, you know, throw back on the bike and see how it felt. I felt much better, but still we got room to improve. So yeah, but I'm super happy. You know, second place, first race out of the way. Second place, I would, you know, if somebody would give me second for that race, I would go for it for sure. And yeah, pumped, you know, to have first, second KTM, and yeah, already looking forward to the next race.
You know, I know you love winning, as everybody does, but you should be so proud of yourself because there's so many riders that just dream to be up here. So I think you did a great job. I am so tongue-tied. I don't know what is happening tonight, but it is a great way to start out the season. You want to give you a rundown of thanks?
Yeah, for sure. You know, like I said, it's great to start with second place, and yeah, big thanks to my team. You know, KTM factory team, Red Bull Fox, Glorified, GoPro, Dunlop tires. You know, everybody. It was great day and great night, and you know, we're going first and second out of, you know, into the second round, so yeah, couldn't ask for more.
Good job. We'll see you at the next round. Great job. Colton Haker, number 10. What a great start for you, I think. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, last year I won here, but it took a lot of preparation, a lot of work, a lot of ass kicking, you might say. Man, I worked hard, and we're on a new team this year with JCR, Honda, Rockstar, Lucas Oil, and all I can say is we're putting in the work for sure. So I think this season's going to go great.
I do too. So tell me what happened, because on both hot laps, you had an issue with your bike right over these tires. What happened there? Yeah, it's a bit of a bummer. You know, we're still trying to work out the bugs. Like I said, we're brand new. I jumped on a Honda this year, and I'm on a 450, which is, for a lot of you out there, it's a lot of bike. She's fast, and she stalls out here and there, but we're working through the bugs, the little bits, and we're just moving forward, just progressing and moving forward, and that's all there's we can do. Moving forward and moving forward. That's a great mindset. Who do you want to thank, Colt?
Here are results from this pro final tonight. You know, the top three: Brown, Blazuziak, Haker, Webb. Solid points there for fourth, and Jeff Aaron as well with the top five. It was exciting tonight.
Yeah, excellent race, Jason. And EnduroCross history. Let's add another name to the leaderboard of guys who have won an EnduroCross main event. No small feat. Mike Brown knocking it out of the park. Cody Webb not able to get up on that podium, but I still think it was a very good ride for the Beta rider.
And, of course, the points are going to reflect the results in the main event tonight, so Brown's off to a good start as far as the championship goes. And it's kind of fitting. It's almost 10 years now that EnduroCross has been going. It started right in this building. And in those early days, it was the veteran motocrossers who were on top. Ryan Hughes won the first one. John Dowd came back and won the next one. But most of the old motocross guys have kind of dropped off. It's become a specialty, and a lot of the trials riders have really started to take over. But Mike Brown, there is no quitting this guy. He's gotten better and better every year. Maybe this is the year that he takes the title and ends that win streak.
Yeah, it's a big statement for Brownie going into the second race of the year.
Well, we'll see. You get a 4-time champion in Taddy Blazuziak. You know he will be back strong. Remember, we'll be bringing you these live webcasts all year long. It's been an exciting one, not only our pro event, but the foot race, the amateur open, the trials cross, the women's class. There's really something for everyone if you come and check out one of these events live.
Yeah, absolutely, and if you can't make it live, it's great to use that EnduroCross Live hashtag, but we got a lot of fun races coming up, great venues.
Absolutely. A month from now, we'll be in Sacramento, California. We'll take the summer off. We'll go to Ontario, California in September, Denver and Colorado, and then Washington after that, and then we'll finish it up in November right here again at the Orleans Arena where it all started. This has been Geico EnduroCross, fueled by Monster Energy, presented by Lucas Oil. Big thanks to Chris Dennison. I'm Jason Wygant. Thanks for watching, and congratulations to our winner, Mike Brown.